I raised over $12 million for an investment fund, but I filed for personal bankruptcy a month after starting it.
This is Pocket Watching with JT.
Hey, Pocket Watchers, welcome to Pocket Watching with JT. I am certified financial planner Jayson Thornton. That means I am a real financial advisor. I'm not one of these fake gurus playing one on the internet. No. See, I do this in real life. At my firm, I specialize in tax and wealth planning for my clients. But on YouTube, I get to react to financial failures of your favorite celebrities, athletes, entertainers, and influencers. Why? Because we get to observe the failures of others so we can learn the lesson without having to go through the trouble. See, that's the very definition of pocket watching. We observe other people make money mistakes so that we can do better in our own lives. So let's get straight into it, people. I think we all know why we're here. We have another edition of the Bankruptcy Breakdown. Yes. Another edition of the Bankruptcy Breakdown. Why? Why are we here? I think we all know why we're here. We're here because you guys asked for this. You didn't simply ask for this. You were begging for this. And here we are. I guess we got to do it. Now, as some of you are aware, I have covered this particular individual more than once. Yes. See, I've had to deal with the shenanigans of Mr. Jay Morrison on several occasions. Why? Well, it's because he constantly pops up for whatever reason as a great tool to learn. Yeah, see, you have to take the experiences of other people to exercise your ability to live vicariously through them so that you can avoid all of the traps. And there's very few people, listen to me now, very few people who embody that ability to learn from other people's mistakes as Mr. Jay Morrison. But I want to be clear. Tonight, this is not a beat up session. We will not be simply trying to down another black man. We're not crabs in a barrel. No. I'm going to give Mr. Jay Morrison his flowers as they are required. Now, some of you may not be aware of this, but I've said this on several occasions. Jay Morrison is probably one of the top 5 talking Negroes online. If there is a Mount Rushmore of slick talking Negroes who have blessed us with their presence on social media, Jay Morrison absolutely has a top spot on that Mount Rushmore. And we will not take that from him. But let's go over the Jay Morrison bio as he says it himself. What is his bio? Well, based on the information that we have that he produces to the world, the Jay Morrison story is a classic rags to riches story. The stories of a young black man who grew up mostly without a father in the streets of New Jersey, I believe. Tough streets of New Jersey. The streets were so tough in New Jersey that Jay Morrison had to claw his way to the top of the drug trade in New Jersey. Such a kingpin that Jay Morrison apparently was, that he even eventually met up with his father again. Now remember, in the origin story, Jay Morrison was abandoned by his father, grew up under the guidance of a single black mother, had to fight for survival in the hard streets of New Jersey, became a kingpin. And then when he reunited with his own father as this kingpin in the streets of New Jersey, what did he do? Did he set his father up with like a penthouse somewhere or a nice little apartment? No. Based on the story that Jay Morrison tells, he sold his own father crack cocaine. Man, what a story. What a story. But it does not stop there. He was able to move beyond being a kingpin drug dealer in the streets of New Jersey after being caught up, because of course he got caught and sent to prison. He came out of prison and he decided to change his life. He went from selling dope to selling hope. Got away from selling crack cocaine and decided, I'm going to sell Black people the homes of their dreams. He was so successful at becoming this celebrity real estate agent that he found his way onto the biggest Black hip hop podcast of all the land, The Breakfast Club. Yeah, buddy. I'm telling you, he's on The Breakfast Club in the early, 2000s, pushing hip hop to home owners. He's got the whole crew there. Angela Yee before she left, Charlemagne the God before his skin lightening treatment went fully into effect, and DJ Envious before he found himself caught up somewhere in a real estate Ponzi scheme of his own. Jay Morrison was there, and he was there to preach the gospel of home ownership. Now, this is where many of us first heard of who Jay Morrison was and the gifts of wealth knowledge that he had to provide the world. But he didn't stop there. He kept moving. He went from a celebrity real estate agent selling online courses, teaching people how to become real estate agents, teaching people how to flip houses. And he went beyond that. He went beyond that and became a full-fledged real estate mogul. Some people online claim that this man is a multi-millionaire real estate mogul. But not only that, he didn't keep his real estate knowledge to himself, and he wasn't greedy. He didn't just think to himself that it's okay to become a multi-millionaire with the vast knowledge and business acumen for himself. No, he opened it up to the whole Black community. See, now, instead of just being a multi-millionaire real estate mogul for himself, he opened it up for the opportunity for the little Black man and little Black woman all over this country to invest their money with him, and he would be able to make them all rich. I'm telling you, it's one of the greatest stories that was ever told. So the question has to be asked, how does one Mr. Jay Morrison find himself on the Bankruptcy Breakdown? He's on Pocket Watching with JT. How could that happen? Well, there's two reasons why Mr. Jay Morrison is the topic of tonight's show. And that is because of what you see on the screen right now. What you see on the screen is a copy of the actual bankruptcy filing that one Jermaine D. Morrison filed. He filed this on August the 29th, 2016. I want you to pay attention to dates because dates are very important in this bankruptcy breakdown. He filed this bankruptcy in the District of New Jersey. Now, The reason why that's so important is because I personally believe, based on my institutional knowledge and understanding the finance and accounting, that a lot of the trouble that Mr. Jay Morrison found himself when it comes to this Tulsa Real Estate Fund could have been seen, could have been forewarned based on this bankruptcy. That's why the bankruptcy breakdown is so important. Lessons could have been learned if only the people would have listened. So let's take a look at this. In 2016, Mr. Jay Morrison found himself filing for personal bankruptcy, while at the same time he's building a public brand as a wealthy real estate mogul, soliciting millions of dollars for his real estate fund. What type of bankruptcy did he file? Well, he filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy. And for those of you who are uninitiated, those of you who are unaware, Chapter 7 bankruptcy is not the type of bankruptcy that big time moguls file. So you're thinking of Chapter 11 for businesses, reorganization of debt, just trying to make sure that you have all your ducks lined up in the right row. No, see, this is Chapter 7 personal bankruptcy. This is the fresh start bankruptcy. This is where you basically tell the government, listen, I've got way too much debt that I'll ever be able to pay. This debt is crushing me. I'm unable to live a free life because I got way too much debt and I make way too little money. And if you're able to prove to the court that, yes, indeed, you have way too much debt and you make way too little money, then the court will grant you your freedom from this debt and you can walk away with the fresh start. This is Chapter 7 bankruptcy in 2016. But there was a problem with this bankruptcy. Right before the judge was going to approve this bankruptcy and grant Mr. Jay Morrison the financial freedom that he was begging for, somebody else stepped into the court. There was a filing from people who Jay Morrison owed money to. They were old business partners. And when they made their filing in the bankruptcy court, they told the judge, hold on, wait a minute. You're moving far too fast. You cannot grant Mr. Morrison the financial freedom from all the debts that he has just yet because he owes us money. And we do not believe he can legally file bankruptcy on the money he owes us. So the question is, what money did Mr. Jermaine D. Morrison owe his former business partners? What was the claims that these former business partners were making on the name of J. Mr. Real Estate Morrison? What were they saying? Couldn't be anything of any merit. This is J. Real Estate Morrison, the man who was on The Breakfast Club, the man who was on TV selling homes in New York. How could you say that he owes you money for some nefarious reasons? Well, based on the court record, it said a lot of things were happening between 2005 and 2009. The ex-business partners said that they entered into a partnership in 2005. This partnership was supposed to sell a home in Bridgewater, New Jersey. The deal was that the partners would provide about $200,000 through a home equity loan. This would be able to demolish the old home on the property, and they would build this new home that Mr. Jay Morrison would then turn around and sell for a hefty profit, because Mr. Jay Morrison said that he was a real estate consultant and he had the ability to get them top dollar for the home. But what happened? Well, apparently his ex-business partners claimed that Mr. Jay Morrison, he was double dipping. Jay Morrison allegedly took title of the property in his name only, while his business partners were paying the mortgage and providing the labor for this fix and flip. Not only that, Morrison allegedly planned to charge the partners an $18,000 commission for himself, while at the same time he was supposed to be a 1/3 partner. So hold on, how can we be partners? You're getting 1/3 already, but you also want an $18,000 commission. That seems a bit unfair. Apparently, based on the court record, it says that the home was sold in 2007. Sounds like a good thing. He sold the home just as he claimed that he would. But here's the problem. According to the business partners, they were unaware that the home was sold. According to the business partners, Jay Morrison sold the home for about $533,000 without notifying them. And he was able to bypass his partners because he changed the construction permits into his own name to get the certificate of occupancy. So you would say, well, JT, hold on. Those are just allegations. Anybody can make allegations. I mean, anybody can claim this and claim that. He's a fraud. He's a scammer. Anybody can say that. But what we want to know, what did the court say? So you can make an allegation, you can file paperwork, but what did the judge say? Well, apparently in 2009, a civil lawsuit was filed alleging that Mr. Jay Morrison was guilty of fraud. He was also guilty of a breach of his fiduciary duties to his partners. And on February 9th, 2009, based on the paperwork that I have, a New Jersey court entered a judgment of $200,000 against Mr. Jay Real Estate Morrison. Oh, man. But now, we're in 2016 when he's filing this bankruptcy, and his ex-partners claim that this man has failed to pay him. Not only has he failed to pay his ex-business partners this $200,000 judgment that the court put on him for committing fraud, apparently, it led to the foreclosures of his other properties. This is another reason why I guess he's filing for bankruptcy. So let's take a look again to see exactly what's happening. According to the paperwork, Mr. Jay Morrison, once again in 2016, he wanted to wipe away $710,000 worth of debt. But those old business partners came knocking on the door and they messed everything up. Now, you have to understand, Mr. Jay Morrison is a very, very busy individual. He's a person who can juggle many things at the same time. I want you to pay attention to something. As you can see, Mr. Jay Morrison, 1 month, let me say that again, 1 month before filing for bankruptcy in New Jersey, he starts this new company called Tulsa Management Group, LLC. He started it on July 20th, 2016. Very, very busy individual. You got to understand, filing for bankruptcy does not slow down a business genius like Jay Morrison. He could do a lot of things at the same time. But once again, we have a bankruptcy August the 29th, 2016. And he starts this business, Tulsa Management Group, LLC, 1 month before in July. But then after he files the bankruptcy in August, he then goes to the Secretary of State of the great state of Georgia, and he decides to change the name. It is no longer called Tulsa Management Group, LLC. No. Now it's called Tulsa Real Estate Fund, LLC, a month after he filed for personal bankruptcy. Seems a bit odd, but let's keep it going. Let's take a look at this bankruptcy and see what type of income was he making during this time. Mr. Jay Morrison claims that his monthly income was $2,000. That's it, $2,000. Now, $2,000 does not sound bad if you make that a week. Maybe $2,000 doesn't sound bad if you make it a paycheck. But $2,000 for the whole month seems a bit low. $2,000 is $500 a week. How can you be a multi-millionaire making $2,000 a month? He was the manager of Morrison Holdings, LLC at the time. Let's take a look at his expenses. He claims his expenses were $2,215 a month. He had $500 a month rent. Let me say that again. $500 a month rent. He had $600 on food and housekeeping and stuff like that, and another $500 on alimony and child support. So if we do our math correctly, that means the man was underwater by $215 every month. Every month he's in the red by $215. This does not sound like the multi-millionaire real estate mogul that he was presenting himself. Now it's time for us to take a look at the assets. Now, once again, all of this is based on the bankruptcy filing that he put in New Jersey courts. And understand that when you file a bankruptcy, when you file really anything with a court, you are swearing that it is true. So we have to believe these numbers. And he claims that in 2016, a month after he starts the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, he owned no real estate. He put absolutely zero down for the real estate that he owned during that time. What about his other property? Well, his other property was less than $5,000. I mean, that's his total, $5,000. You got, about $3,000 worth of household goods. He's had $1,000 in jewelry. He had $40 in his pocket. This is what the man claims. I couldn't make this up if I wanted to. The man claimed he had $40 to his name in 2016, a month after starting the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. All right, let me address the elephant in the room. Let me kind of talk about something real quick. See, I know that there are some big-headed scientists out there somewhere on the internet. You're watching this live stream, or maybe you're watching the replay, and you're saying to yourself, JT, I thought you were supposed to be the financial advisor. I thought you were supposed to be the one that was smart with money. Don't you understand the rules of the rich? See, the rules of the rich goes like this. You're supposed to control everything, but own nothing. Let me say that again. because I know I've heard this a lot of times on TikTok and Instagram. The rules of the rich is that you're supposed to control everything, but own nothing. See, Jay Morrison is playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. It's not that Jay Morrison is broke like the bankruptcy says. It's only that Jay Morrison is so smart, he's so sophisticated of a businessman. He's hid all of his wealth in the different companies and maybe even a family trust. And you just don't understand how the rich folks do it, JT. I know some of you out there are thinking that, so I've already prepared my notes to answer that question. See, the problem is I did not receive my college degree from TikTok or Twitter or Instagram, not even from YouTube University. I actually had to study finance in college. I've actually had to study and learn and be examined on how bankruptcies actually work. So let me help some of you big-headed scientists who think that Jay Morrison is so rich, but he just hid his wealth from the bankruptcy court. Here's the problem. When you file for bankruptcy, the law requires that you list all businesses, their names, trade names, employer identification numbers used in the last 8 years. See, Jay Morrison, he claimed on page 2 of his 2016 petition, he checked the box swearing, I have not used any business names or EINs. Now we're going to point to this. We're going to come back to this. Just wait. See, if he tries to say that he was rich in these companies, but he was only poor on paper, this would mean that he committed perjury. So is that the trick to being rich? The lie to commit fraud? Hold on. See, also in a bankruptcy, you have to also report the equity that you have in stock or LLC interest. Now, his ex-business partners did call him out for not listing the LLCs that he owned. They presented to the court. They said, hold on. He has more than just Morrison Holding LLC. He has Jay Morrison Academy LLC. He has Jay Morrison Real Estate Partners LLC. He has these things. Notice he did not list the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, but we'll get to that. Here's the other problem. You may think you can simply hide your money in a trust, saving yourself from having to deal with that in bankruptcy, but you would be incorrect. See, in the bankruptcy forms, it specifically asks for any trust, equitable, or future interest in property, and the rights or powers to exercise for your benefit. See, the problem is he was required to list the name of the trust and the value of the assets in the trust on page 13, Schedule A/B. And Jay Morrison marked, no, I have no trust. I have no power over a trust, being like a trustee, and I'm not the beneficiary of a trust. If he was lying, then once again, he committed bankruptcy fraud, which holds the penalty of 20 years in prison. Well, all right. Well, some of you may say, well, JT, what if he simply put the assets in a trust where he's not the trustee? Maybe he named his baby mama as a trustee, his brother as a trustee, and maybe he didn't name himself as a beneficiary. He named his kids as the beneficiary. That way he doesn't have to include it. Okay. Well, if that's the case, the problem here is The federal law is already designed to catch people who try to hide their wealth in a trust, even if they don't name themselves as the trustee, even if they do not name themselves as the beneficiary. See, there is a 10-year self-settled trust rule where you have to let us know within the last 10 years, did you put any assets into a trust? Jay Morrison answered that question, no. So I think we can stop pretending that Jay Morrison is extremely wealthy. He just hid it from the bankruptcy court. So we can stop pretending that for a second. All right, now we got to talk about this man on the screen, because I know what you're thinking. You're saying, JT, if it was this obvious that Jay Morrison did not have the financial management skills or a past of ethical standards to manage a fund dedicated for the betterment of Black people, how could this man on the screen, Dr. Boyce Watkins, a man who holds a PhD in finance, how could he give it his stamp of approval? Couldn't be. That's impossible. The man has a PhD in finance. But once again, these records are public. Anyone can find these records. So how could Dr. Boyce Watkins be fooled by Jay Morrison? Well, here's the problem. If you go online and you search for this speech that Dr. Boyce Watkins gave, Dr. Boyce Watkins even tells on himself. He explains, in my point of view, how he got tricked. The problem is, in this speech where Dr. Boyce Watkins is promoting the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, he slips up and he tells the secret. He lets everybody know that, see, Jay Morrison, when he called him on the phone, Jay Morrison called him king. And Dr. Boyce Watkins loved that. See, when he called him king, he was probably expecting that Jay Morrison would greet him with a simple, my brother. You know, come on, my brother. See, my brother, you know, my brother is strong, but not strong enough to fool a finance PhD. A finance PhD could not be tricked by a man simply saying, my brother. But damn it, when he said king, all bets were off. When he called Dr. Boyce Watkins king, that finance PhD must have been thrown out the window. Because Dr. Boyce Watkins, in the very speech you see on the screen right now, he claims to the audience that he asked Jay Morrison some very tough questions. And he has his PhD in finance, so you know his questions were very tough. And Jay Morrison had an answer for every question that the PhD in finance gave. So much so that he said that the Tulsa Real Estate Fund has a sound foundation. He even slipped up and said that the Tulsa Real Estate Fund was approved by the SEC. Now, it's time for me to be just a little bit petty, but let me explain why that statement coming out of the mouth of a man who says he has a PhD in finance is absolute gibberish. The problem here is, when you're actually a financial advisor, you learn on almost day one that you can never say to a client or to really anybody that an investment was approved by the SEC. The reason why you can't say an investment was approved by the SEC is because the SEC is not in the business of approving any type of investment. So you're supposed to say, and they make sure that we learn this, you're supposed to say that an investment has been registered with the SEC. There's a big difference. See, when you register with the SEC, that simply means that If you do something wrong, they know where to find you. You filled out all your paperwork correctly. But when you use the term approved, you give off the impression that the SEC looked through the paperwork, looked at the company and said, you know what? This is a good company to invest with. And the SEC will never do that. So it seems kind of odd that a man who has a PhD in finance, but admittedly, this PhD in finance has never actually worked in the world of finance. He's only been in the world of academia talking about finance. He's never practiced finance. He has never been certified or licensed to give anyone financial advice. He's only been in a position to teach a classroom full of students what a stock is, what a bond is, what interest rates and compound interest is. He can teach the basics of what finance is, but he is not licensed or prepared to give anybody financial advice. And if you watch this speech, you'll understand why. Let's keep it going. So JT, once again, you claim it was so easy to know that this investment was not going to turn out to be a good deal. Who else would have known? Well, apparently the NFL Players Association, they had an idea, because back in August of 2018, they put out an alert to all of their members, all of the NFL players out there. They wanted people to know. They said, hold on. There's this guy named Jay Morrison, and he's going around trying to solicit investments from our members, people who have been a part of the National Football League. And they said, hey, beware. We've got some warnings for you. And I'm pretty sure that almost nobody in the NFL Players Association has a PhD in finance, but they were smart enough to see something seemed a bit odd about this fund, and something seemed a bit odd about this fund manager. They say point number one, item number one, Mr. Morrison's criminal record. Mr. Morrison's full name, Jermaine Dyshawn Morrison. They spelled his full middle name out. You know they mean business when they spell. They didn't just simply say Jermaine D. Morrison, because there could be another Jermaine D. Morrison. They said Jermaine Dyshawn Morrison, age 37. Mr. Morrison has acknowledged he was a drug dealer for several years in his youth and was incarcerated on multiple occasions as a result. NFL Players Association was able to figure that out. A PhD in finance wasn't. All right. Point number two, Mr. Morrison's 2016 bankruptcy filing. Mr. Morrison filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Now, they say on December 5th, 2016, that was a different filing. He actually did it a little earlier. It's okay. It's okay. They seen the filing. I seen that filing, but we're talking about earlier when he initially filed the petition. It was in August. But they say he filed a personal bankruptcy. Mr. Morrison notes that he is a successful real estate developer, celebrity realtor, author, TV personality, entrepreneur, and social activist. How can he be all that and also file for bankruptcy? The NFL's Players Association had questions, but the PhD in finance, he must not have asked that question. Must not ask that question. They also pointed out, listen, there's things in the paperwork that the PhD in finance said that he reviewed. There's things in this paperwork that we find a little risky. It says, we are an emerging growth company with a limited operating history, meaning we don't have the experience that would normally make a company very successful. Letting you know. Says subscribers will have limited control in our company, with limited voting rights. That means just because we call you a partner, just because you give us a little $500, doesn't mean that you're going to have any power over here. You're going to give us your little $500, and we're going to do whatever we want to do with your money. All right. We have not conducted any revenue generating activities, and as such, not generated any revenue since inception. All right. It says also, our offering price is arbitrary. Hold on. Hold on. The NFLPA figured this out. It says our offering price, that $500 offering price, is arbitrary and does not reflect book value of our Class A interest. Well, some of you know exactly what that means, but let me break that word down. See, the term arbitrary basically means it's made up. It's not based in any reality or facts or figures. Our offering price, we just plucked it out of the sky. We just thought to ourselves, you know what? We think if someone buys into our company, $500 would be a nice price. It has absolutely nothing to do with the actual financials of the company. We're just making the number up. Remember, a PhD in finance, Dr. Boyce Watkins, approved of this message. All right, a couple of more points. It says investments in real estate and real estate related assets are speculative, and we will be highly dependent on the performance of the real estate market. Our independent auditors have expressed substantial doubt about our ability as a going concern. Now, this is an accounting term. Most of you are probably not familiar with this term. That's why the Pocket Watcher is here. That's why I'm here. It says our independent auditors have expressed substantial doubt about our ability to continue as a going concern. That means that the auditors, the accountants, the certified public accountant that audited their books basically said, based on the information that they discovered, they do not believe that this business will be able to continue. They do not believe that this business will ever be able to produce a profit. They believe this business will most likely go into bankruptcy. That's basically what a going concern is. They are concerned that the business will be able to keep going. All right. And the last point that the NFLPA pointed out was the company does not currently own any assets. Remember, the company was started in 2016. This warning was put out in 2018. So in 2 years, this company has not engaged in any revenue generating activity, and this company owns absolutely nothing, but they are soliciting NFL players and everyday people for millions of dollars. All right, let's keep it going. Let's get back to the personal bankruptcy. So when we take a look at the debt that Mr. Jay Morrison was claiming that he had in that bankruptcy, his total liabilities came to $710,099.69. What type of debt did he own? Well, he had student loan debt in the amount of $62,170.14. He had income tax, back taxes from 2007 in the amount of $37,738. He had mortgages, but remember, these mortgages were already foreclosed on, but he still owed the debt in the amount of $380,000. So he still owes the money for the mortgages, even though he no longer has the property. Because remember, he had zero real estate at the time of the filing of this bankruptcy. Lastly, there is the legal judgment, the $200,000 breach of contract fraud lawsuit that his business partners had to notify the court what was going on. So, all right, what ultimately happened with this bankruptcy? Well, as you can see, August 29th, 2016, he filed the Chapter 7 bankruptcy in the great state of New Jersey. He swears that he has $0 in real estate, neither personally nor in any businesses that he had control of. And his assets only totaled $4,740. Remember, the $40 was the cash that he had in his pocket. Then in November 28th, his ex-business partners came in and said, "Court, you cannot approve this bankruptcy just yet. The man owes us $200,000 for committing fraud." So on March 7th of 2017, the judge said, "You know what? I think you're right. You cannot commit fraud, get a judgment on you, and then run to the bankruptcy to get rid of the fraud based on the paperwork." So what did Jay Morrison do? February 13th, 2019, he enters into a settlement deal with his ex-business partners, agreeing that the $200,000 will not be discharged in the bankruptcy. And then the judge approved the bankruptcy. So why are we here? It's because Jay Morrison publicly claimed and branded himself as a millionaire real estate mogul who founded an empire. He made claims that he had a lifestyle of generational wealth. But the reality was, he was a man that was making $24,000 a year in 2016. He reported that he had $40 in his pocket. His total assets was less than $5,000, and his debt was over $700,000. All right. So let's run the numbers real quick. If Jay Morrison actually followed basic financial planning principles, if he was 10% of the businessman that he had claimed to be, he would simply apply a 50-30-20 rule budget to his income. And if that's the case, a 50-30-20 budget, 50% of your income goes to your needs, 30% of your income goes to your wants, leaving you 20% for saving and investing. If he was able to do that, he would have been okay. But the problem is, even with his $2,000 a month income, he was spending far too much. For him to be able to cover his basic lifestyle, he should have been making almost double. He should have been making $4,430 a month. He should have been making a $53,160 annual income. If he was doing that, he would never have to file for personal bankruptcy. But that's the average life that Jay Morrison couldn't even afford. What about the life he claimed that he had? How much money should he have been making to support the claims of generational wealth? Well, to support the type of claims of generational wealth that a man like Jay Real Estate Morrison claimed that he had, he should have been making almost over $80,000 a month. See, with that type of lifestyle, he could have spent $41,000 on his needs a month. $25,000 on his wants a month. And he could have been saving over $16,000 a month. That's the lifestyle he projected. But it wasn't the lifestyle that he had. The problem is, he needed help from a nerd like me. Even though he may not like the pocket watcher, I'm still going to give him some advice. He needs to go to my website, go to pocketwatcher.net, learn about the 7 pocket watcher money rules, and you would be financially successful no matter how much money you make. All right. So that is the bankruptcy breakdown, but the show is not over. The bankruptcy breakdown may have come to an end, but now it's time for us to review this interview he recently did. All of you have been sending me this interview. You wanted me to give my impression on it, but I thought it would be better if we watch it together. Yeah, see, right now, live, we are going to watch this. I have not watched this interview at all. You are going to get my raw reaction to the interview, okay? Now, before I press play on this interview, I'm going to have to measure your expectations, okay? You have to understand the man who's interviewing him. And this is in no way, shape, or form any type of insult to David from Social Proof. But understand that David from Social Proof Podcast, he is not a journalist. He is not some sort of business expert. He didn't graduate from some business school. He's not some type of financial expert. He probably has no idea how to read through a bankruptcy or how to read through the 1K of an investment fund. That's what I'm here for. So if you're expecting some sort of hard-hitting expose, you're going to be disappointed. I'm going to tell you that right now. David is a very kind and affable human being. He's affable. He's a likable enough guy. He doesn't want any static. He's not trying to look for conflict. In fact, he is a friend of Jay Morrison. He's been hanging around and buddying up to Jay Morrison for years. And personally, once again, I told you, Jay Morrison is one of the top 5 talking Negroes in the history of social media. And I tell you right now, if Jay Morrison looked different and had a different name and he met you in the streets, you would like him as an individual. He would slide up to you, call you king, probably, compliment your outfit. If you're a sister, he would call you queen. He would compliment your outfit. Next thing you know, you may be a client of his because he is very, very good at speaking. He's just very, very bad, apparently, at business. But let's watch this together. This should be fun.
This is not your typical interview. Jay Morrison, he's been at the center of public criticism, allegations, public beefs. The story has sparked anger. Some people got hurt financially as well, confused about what's happening. Now, I didn't bring Jay Morrison here to attack him. I didn't bring him here to protect him either. I brought him here to ask the questions that people have been having privately and publicly, just so we can get some clarity. This conversation has not happened like this before. This is an exclusive conversation, and people that invested, people that didn't invest, people that were on the sidelines, I wanted to make sure I asked him all the questions that you would ask if you were sitting here. This conversation was about transparency. It was about honesty. So look, I know you're gonna get something valuable from this conversation. I can't wait to see the comment section.
Listen, that comment section. While I did not look at the video, okay? I didn't look at the video, but I read some of that comment section. I mean, they was beating up on poor David, man. Listen, y'all gotta leave David alone, man. David did the best he could with what he got. He did the best he could with what he got. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Let's get it. Welcome to Social Proof.
Jay Morrison, old boy who sold the black house after scamming black people for $11.5 million.
Jay Morrison is in hot water.
I didn't fraud. I didn't steal. I didn't scheme.
People trusted him.
But our people are thirsty. Our people are hungry for knowledge.
He was the viral guy in Atlanta spitting finance knowledge.
I invested $40,000.
$500. It's $2,000.
He got 15,000 people to invest in a real estate fund. And apparently there's little to show for it.
I went out to tackle group economics, something that hasn't been done in our lifetime. I want truth. Like this whole thing for me, this interview, it's about truth. Yeah, truth.
Something had to be wrong. Everyone that worked with you, they're saying you are this animal.
For years, I was his right-hand man. Y'all know. I helped them build what some people may call an empire.
You were just very, very arrogant, and you were very like I'm him. You bought your home with money from Tulsa Real Estate.
Yes.
That's
I
true.
did not, no.
Oh, you did not.
I'm just saying yes to affirm your question. Please don't clickbait me on that one like, I see you did it.
What happened with this money? What happened with this $100,000?
Okay, so.
Welcome to another edition of the Social Proof Podcast, man. We find dope people to do dope stuff. And today we have a much anticipated conversation. I don't even know how to intro this thing, bro. We got Mr. Jay Morrison in the building.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, just keep it simple, bro.
Hey,
how you
peace, family. Oh man, amazing.
Man,
God is good.
Good. It's been a long 5-6 years, and I saw you disappear for a while, like shut down Instagram, shut down social. I want to start here.
Hiatus.
Where'd you go?
In real life.
In real life. Where'd you go?
I went to real life. Home, man. Homestead, home front. Started working on the inner things and just in foundation building.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, hold on. Hold on, look. It looks like we may have some technical difficulties, so just hold on. Hold on, this is live. This is not pre-recorded, this is live, so don't worry. We are going to go to plan B. Don't you worry for a second. We are going to plan B. Give me 1 second, and we are going to load up the video so that we can react to Mr. Jay Morrison and this exciting, I guess, interview that he had with this man. So hold on. We're almost there. Hold on. We are going to switch to the other player so that we can get this thing going. Just bear with me a couple of moments here. Almost there. Hold on.
It's like I spent.
Let's see. All right, I think this is plan B. Let's see. We're almost there. Let's see if I can get this sucker going.
Conversation and people that invested, people that didn't invest, people that were on the sidelines. I wanted to make sure I asked them all, what happened with this money? What happened with this $100,000?
Okay, so.
Welcome to another edition of the Social Proof Podcast, man. We find dope people to do dope stuff. And today we have a much anticipated conversation. I don't even know how to intro this thing, bro. We got Mr. Jay Morrison in the building.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, keep it simple, bro.
Hey,
how you
peace,
been?
family. Oh man, amazing. God is good.
Good. It's been a long 5-6 years. And I saw you disappear for a while, like shut down Instagram, shut down social. I want to start here.
Hiatus.
Where'd you go?
In real life.
In real life. Where'd you go?
I went to real life. Home, man. Homestead, home front. Started working on the inner things and just in foundation building.
Yeah.
It's like I spent over a decade worrying about everyone else and everything else and trying to save the world. And as I mature, I started to realize that was immature if my home wasn't right and my home wasn't tight. And so I'm running around preaching legacy and wealth building and be the CEO of your last name, but my home was fractured.
In what way?
I mean, the most was my wife and I were in the line. It just weighed on the house. And I had to get that in order to be authentic out here preaching legacy and family building and generational wealth.
Yeah.
So it's like, my wife always said, and we had this thing, we were in a corner class together, things like that. Like we talk about nation building, right? That's one of my big things, right? Like the solution for Black people, the whole nation, freedom, independence, all this. You can't nation build until you can community build. Yeah. You can't community build until you can family build. You can't family build to repair the relationship between the man and the woman.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay.
Marriage is hard.
For sure.
Marriage is really, really hard. And I think it's harder than a single person can even fathom, especially if you're building something. So it's like, I do believe that some people can go out and build a nation. Now, I don't know how Martin Luther King's household was, but we have the allegations of him stepping on his wife, which means there had to be something in that household that wasn't right, but he has a holiday. I don't know if we can't build a community or build a business without home being right. I think home is important for sure, but I don't know how much it has to do with building a community. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think we're talking about also sustainability.
Yeah.
Right? So Martin did it, but was his legacy necessarily sustainable? Or
He's
Malcolm?
got a holiday.
He got a holiday. and it also depends how you define legacy.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I mean, he does have sons named after him and who have carried on some forms of the torch. But when you talk about his last speech before he's assassinated was about reparations.
Yeah.
It was about going to Washington and get our check.
Yeah.
Was that completed? Was that carried on? No, we never did. Malcolm was evolving in his spirituality and in his messaging, and he never even had sons to carry on his name, but had daughters. And although he has an amazing legacy, it for me, and it depends how you define legacy. So for me, is my children being after my image.
Yeah.
And growing up in my image and carrying on whatever mission and vision that we had set for our household.
Yeah.
For generations.
I feel that. So,
right. And so you can't accomplish that if you don't have a woman that's you, you can't go into you and create more you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I 100% agree.
That just sounded like gibberish to me. I mean, that has nothing to do with finance and accounting, I know, but if your woman's not you, you can't go into you and make another you. That makes no sense to me. Maybe y'all in the chat can help me out. That sounded just like foo-foo gibberish to me. I can tell you right now, being a financial advisor and counseling couples and counseling partnerships, the best couples and the best partnerships are between people who are not identical. See, when you're identical, let me explain something, because maybe Mr. Jay Morrison doesn't quite get this. When you're identical, then there's going to be conflict. See, when you're good at the same stuff, there's no one there to pick up the slack. You're supposed to have complementary skill sets and personalities. One may be quick to anger while the other one has patience. Why does that help? It helps because there's times when you should be quick to get hot. And there's times where you need to have patience. If you got two people who are quick to get upset, then they're always going to fight. But if you have two people who are always patient and they wait for stuff to come to them, then they miss out on opportunities. So there needs to be a balance, a yin and yang. So I don't quite get what the man is saying. But once again, this is his rebranding tour. So maybe he's just saying
I think
stuff.
it's super important. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my wife. I think that's the right answer. You know what I mean? My wife makes my life so much easier, and she is taking care of the household, things of that nature. And bro, she has an incredibly difficult job. And I'm blessed to have a good situation at home. But when people start talking about legacy, I just think it's just two different conversations, because you might be on your second, third, and it may take fourth time to get the right spouse. But I don't want people out there to think that you can't go after it, because it's just hard, bro.
It is.
Relationships are difficult.
The hardest.
And I want to ask this, since we're here, because y'all went through a lot. And I remember it was maybe one or two occasions where I'm about to go to an event. It was an invite. And I was like, yo, I'm going to bring Donnie and I'm going to bring Ernestine with me. And I remember one of my friends, he was like, "Ooh, you can't bring Ernestine." I was like, "Why? That's my dog."
She's attached to Jay.
She's attached to Jay.
Straight up.
And at that moment, and I get real bad anxiety when it has to do with like human beings or disappointment, things of that nature. So I don't remember what I said, but I couldn't call her and say, "Yo, you can't come because of your husband." Because I'm asking my boy, I'm like, "Yo, that's her husband, but like that's my sister. Like I rock with." He's like, "It's just not a good look." And I felt hurt because I know Ernestine, like I have a tighter relationship with her than I have with you at the time. And I just felt so bad. And I want to know, do you think that what happened with you affected her in a major way?
Super. Especially being that we come from different backgrounds and have two different, at that time, value sets. Like where I come from, is I care not so much about what people think of me. I care as long as I know that I'm lined up and that I'm right. Like I'm not reputation driven to that way. Where she comes from,
I gotta call BS. I gotta call BS on that. A person who's not reputation driven doesn't put out press releases. Like this man puts out press releases as if it's news, right? This man is on social media in the way that he's on social media because he is reputation driven. He's doing this interview. Let's just stop and think for a second. He's doing this interview because he's reputation driven. If he's not reputation driven, he wouldn't even be sitting on the casting couch right now.
California Valley girl, actress for most of her life since 10 years old. Now on major shows, soap operas, country Wayne skits, all that. She's piped up. What people think really, really mattered, and her reputation and these opinions, accusations, and all these things really, really mattered. I'm not saying they didn't affect me at all. I just had a different posture about it, and mostly because how a lot of this unfolded started with, one key accuser and, internet teaser who, muddied our names, and she told us, not to do business with him. And I went ahead and did it anyway. And so she's like, all this is happening to our family. All this is happening to our businesses. All this is happening to my name. All this is happening. I can't go to events. I'm a socialite. My reputation matters. Like Atlanta, my relationship currency, reputational currency in Atlanta, I built it up with all these different people. And now I can't go to things because I'm attached to you.
Did she say that to you?
Yeah.
Hold on. Point of correction. Just to be clear, Ernestine Morrison is not connected to the Tulsa Real Estate Fund simply because she is the wife of Jay Morrison. For those of you who are unaware, I have been witnessing the rise and fall of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund since day one. Ernestine Morrison was on the board. Ernestine Morrison was very influential in the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. In fact, based only on my memory, but I believe it was Ernestine whose idea it was to buy the Black House. Several things within that fund has Ernestine's fingerprints. So to try to give her a life raft and try to say that people are upset at Ernestine simply because she's my wife, as if she had absolutely nothing to do with the fund, is patently false. Her name is in the SEC filings under the executive board. Okay, she was making decisions in that fund. She had a lot of influence over Jay in that fund. So let's not act as if she had nothing to do with the fund other than being the wife of the fund manager. That is a false narrative.
Literally, we've had those like really hard talks and a really contentious time.
And how do you try to comfort that? Just knowing her makeup, and she's building a career in entertainment. Like, I mean, it's natural, right? But
I mean, I empathize with it. It's like, but when you met me, you knew, like, my moniker was Young Malcolm.
Yeah.
Like, I went around the country teaching for free in inner city projects. Like, I've been one of my two best-selling books is called The Solution: How Africans in America Achieve Unity, Justice, and Repair. I've been a revolutionary. What is?
All right, once again, I'm sorry. There's going to be a lot of stopping here. But see how he slipped one of his 2 best-selling books. I would like for anybody, no, rather, I put out a challenge, okay? I am putting out a pocket watcher challenge. What best-selling book list is Jay Morrison on? I would like to know. Best-selling book. What does that mean? I mean, that could mean if you have 2 books, one book sells 3 copies, another book sells 1 copy, then yeah, the one that sold 3 copies is your best-selling book. But to simply throw out that label, best-selling books, as if you were on some sort of all-time selling list, a celebrities like Oprah's book club, you're on none of this. So stop it with the bestseller author BS. When you see a fake guru and they say in their bio they are a best-selling author, most likely it's BS. All right, just to be clear, most likely it means absolutely nothing. Don't let them get away with that.
Happened. What has been the protocol for all our revolutionaries? So it's like
hate, disdain,
right? Dismantling, discrediting. Like, you literally look at the definition of COINTELPRO. It literally says to discredit, dismantle, disrupt, right? All these different things. And so I just knew what I was walking into. Like, I always said, like, this is literally an epiphany I had. I did like a kind of main documentary years ago. And I remember being at the United Nations in 2013. I met with the United Nations Humanitarian Division. Yeah. And this guy like Dirk Seeger, he was like somebody from like Germany, he was at the UN in New York. And we were talking about humanitarian efforts. And I told him, I said, if God made me a deal to give up my life so that my people could be repaired, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I give up all my future, all my potential, my whole entire life for Black people to have the repair. Yeah. And when all this reputational stuff happened, God spoke to me and was like, don't start complaining to me about your reputation being assassinated. You said you were willing to give up your whole life for my people. So if you're not willing to give up your reputation and put that on the altar, you definitely wasn't willing to give up your life. Yeah. And so for me, I had already just committed to a rough road and a rough journey, getting in the ring with Goliath. Yeah. And, you know, so
but are you saying you didn't feel or not either didn't feel the need or you didn't have the tools to figure out how to navigate her through this situation?
It was, I would say maybe not the tools. I didn't have the strategy. Like, I wasn't prepared. Yeah. Right. So for all this, I wasn't prepared. Yeah. And so to a degree of like, okay, when, and I may mention names in this, not to be provocative, but because I literally don't say people's names and I haven't for years. You'll never see a social media post of me saying somebody's name. Yeah. Although all the posts about my name. And a part of it is,
this is one name I just don't want you to.
Okay.
Oh, because the guy, I don't even know why my man hates me.
Bro,
I don't know.
It's
just it. But.
I mean, the word says love your neighbor like you love yourself.
For sure.
And if you don't love yourself, you can't love your neighbor properly. So he's loving you how he loved me. Yeah. The same way he showed online how he loved his ex-girl and how he loved his father and his grandmother and everyone else that he shows love to. He shows how he loves himself.
Hold on. Let's be fair now. Let's be fair, Mr. Jay Morrison. I do not believe you have the ethical high ground to talk about a person's relationship with their father when you sold your father crack cocaine, when you claimed you were a multi-millionaire drug kingpin. You didn't send your father to rehab. You didn't do anything. You sold your father crack cocaine. So I don't quite believe you have the ethical high ground.
So we don't have to, I don't even get into names because it's not even about that. But I said why I don't do it, why I was challenging myself last night, like would I, is because it's part of some part of ego in me. It's like, bro, they're so small, like don't even pay them the line. Yeah. But also I want truth. Like this whole thing for me, this interview, it's about truth. Yeah. And it's like a liberation day for me because there's a lot of truth. I haven't stood up for myself and for my family for the most part. So back to your question. So my wife was like, yo, these people, they did a 6-person fake protest at a house that we were renovating to live in, our personal home on YouTube. Yeah. I'm laid up with a colostomy bag. I just had a life-saving surgery for diverticulitis. But EJ's like, yo, they're doing this. And he called me a B word and he called me these names. And he's doing all of that. What you gonna do about it? So I said to her, I said, you want me to do something about it? I said, do you want me to do something about it? I'll do something about it. But do you want me to do something about it? Because my do something about it ain't going online. That's not where I refuse to be a grown man. I have a 27-year-old daughter, a 17-year-old daughter, and a 5-year-old daughter. And I will have future kids. They will never look back and say, my daddy was teasing other men online. I got too much self-respect and too much dignity for that. Maybe too much arrogance, maybe too much ego. I don't know what it is. Too much self-confidence, too much respect. I'm God's son. Why would I be teasing other men online like I'm a 5-year-old?
Does Jay Morrison know that we know his history online? Is he aware that we saw the back and forth that he had with people online? like what are we talking about here? Like, man, you have gone back and forth with people online. You have given people nicknames.
So how I'm going to do something about it, if you want to really do something about it, is I'm going to do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Or we got this lawsuit going on, this defamation suit, this slander suit. Yeah. And I'll handle it like a leader, like a business professional, and we're going to handle it in court. So we got to let that process play out. And over 4 years, it did play out. And we won the defamation suit. We won the slander suit. He currently owes us $40,000 right now. We currently have his garnishment on his Navy federal account. We currently have a garnishment on 2 more of his accounts. He currently has a warrant for his arrest in North Carolina for contempt of court, not appearing in court. He currently owes us, once we finally track him down and get him to damages court, he owes us triple damages. Once we get to that, I mean us, not just Jay and Ernestine, Tulsa Real Estate Fund, for defamation, slander, tortious interference, and deceptive trade practices. Oh, since we're here. Whoa. Since we're here. Oh, and I have
bringing out the paperwork.
I have all of his Navy federal bank accounts. I can tell you all the gambling debts he has. I can tell you all the money he lost in September in Vegas. I can tell you a lot about him, but you'll never see it online because that's not my style. But just so that people know that it's real, here's this is the order of judgment for damages. Oh wait, no, this is another one. I'll get back to that one.
Okay, hold it. Only because, and here's as much as he has even attacked me, because he's not here to defend himself. I want to show it, and I have that much respect for even the people that hate me, sure. Right? So, but I do want to get the story of what's happening, especially because I don't think you've ever shared your side of the story, and I think there's a lot of people that are still.
What are you talking, Dave? Listen, I started out saying that I can't be disappointed in Dave. I'm a little disappointed in Dave. What do you mean he has never told his story? The man just told you he put out a documentary. He has made several videos, documentaries, books on how he's innocent, on how the Tulsa Real Estate Fund got started, on how he's done several things. He has told his story several times. You would have to be an absolute idiot to say he's never been able or had the opportunity to tell his story, because he has told his story several times.
Well, kind of not understanding what's happening from your perspective. So I always know that there are two sides.
It's for you to see.
I mean, you share what you share for sure.
Park these. I'll put the court documents in my new book so that everyone can see it documented in the new book.
Doubt,
and it's not to even to per se to tease or troll. I'm just telling the truth. So my point was, back to the original point, was that I'm not going to handle things in an Instagram way. If my family's being attacked, and words don't provoke me to be violent or anything like that, but I was just letting her know she's in my face, like, do something about this guy. So all I can do is sue him and take the court route to do something about it. My only other way to stop a person is to stop a person. Me going back and forth online on video is not going to stop a person.
Yeah, no, that's a fact.
Right?
Even when I think like you did the video at the Black House, I remember, I don't know if I was telling you or I was like, don't drop that video. Because no matter what you say in that interview, it won't convince people. It just doesn't. It just
you just go into the cycle of sensationalism.
That's why I don't go back and forth.
You're just giving them more click for the bait.
Yeah,
and so
100%.
like I mean I've had this stuff for years, bro. Yeah. Like I got the stuff on this car repo. I got all the stuff, but it's like it's just not my swag. It's not my style.
Yeah.
And I gotta take a pause real quick, just to soak in the irony, right? Just for a moment, soak in the irony of this man. He's sitting on the casting couch of social proof right now, and he's trying to talk about another man's financial failures, and he's complaining because he apparently won a $40,000 judgment against this man, right? $40,000 judgment. And he's upset that this man has not yet paid him the $40,000 judgment that he claims that he has. Here's my problem. My problem is this man had a $200,000 judgment against him. Okay, for those of you who are just joining the live, all right? This man had a $200,000 judgment against him. And this $200,000 judgment was based on his business partners, not somebody who he just met online, but business partners. I believe, if I recollect correctly, these business partners were in fact childhood friends. Childhood friends. Now, this man is complaining that somebody owes him a $40,000 judgment and he has not been paid yet. Yet he had a $200,000 judgment specifically for committing fraud, according to the paperwork. The paperwork said the man committed fraud against his business partners. He was double dipping, breaching his fiduciary duty to his business partners. This is back in 2005, long before the allegations of him doing it with the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. That's why the bankruptcy breakdown is so important. We have to learn from the financial mistakes of other people. If Dr. Boyce Watkins would have reviewed the bankruptcy like I did, and he would have discovered that Jay Morrison already tried to collect money from other people, invest in real estate, and profit share, that came to an ultimate failure. We have history, documented history of Jay Morrison getting partners together, pooling money together to make money in real estate. And his business partners claim he ran off with the money, stole from them, committed fraud, and a courtroom agreed because they issued a judgment of $200,000. And the man went years before paying them. I believe he actually ended up paying them during the 2019 settlement, but the judgment came in 2009. Let's do the math. You got, Mr. Jay Morrison, according to the paperwork, you had a $200,000 judgment against you from former business partners who claimed that you defrauded them. Apparently, a court in New Jersey agreed. You were issued a $200,000 judgment, and you didn't pay them for 10 years. Even worse, You tried not to pay them by filing bankruptcy on the debt until they caught you, told the judge pulled it back. Until you agreed to pay them their money, he wouldn't even let you go forward with your bankruptcy. 10 years. And you did it based off fraud, according to the paperwork. But okay, you got complaints about someone else owing you money. I know about maybe 15,000 investors in your fund. They also want that money.
I'd rather just focus on the mission and what God called me to do. But when someone's interrupting that and they've painted me in a very negative light, it's like the credibility is like, I did what God led me to do and what I thought I should do as a businessman, as a professional, as a fund manager, and as a leader.
Yeah.
If I would have taken a street route, it's like I'm going to be a hypocrite to everything I say I stand for. And now I'm giving these young boys out here, I'm giving them an example. Oh snap, Jay Morrison just, and now I'm co-signing or potentially sending other people to their doom, let alone my own reap what I sow, right? So anyway, it was very difficult. We didn't have the tools to deal with how do you stop someone from calling your wife names online, posting pictures of her online, talking about your family, discrediting your name to the point where people don't even want to be associated with you because it's just muddy. Like you and I had an interview that we were going to drop years ago.
Yeah.
That I was telling the truth, well, my truth, and it is the truth, but nevertheless, and you're like, bro, I love you, but I don't want to get in the mud.
Well, it wasn't even me. I just here was the biggest thing, and I think we talked.
Oh, Dave, don't be backpedaling now. don't be backpedaling now. You didn't do the interview because you ain't want to get caught up.
About a few weeks ago, I said, I've heard you explain, but I never heard you take accountability. And maybe you have, maybe I just didn't see it. And I think the conversations are about, okay, well, this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened.
Excuse me.
It's cool. But there was no, this is what I did. I'm sorry. Because I mean, at the end of the day, if I had everybody that works for me say, yo, invest in this project that I'm going to do, and everybody puts together $2,000 and they invest in me, and I say, I'm going to bring it back, this is going to be good, and I go out and I lose the money, even though it's a legitimate investment, and they should know that an investment is not guaranteed. But I would probably come back and say, yo, this is what I did wrong. I can't blame it on the economy. I can't blame it on this. I can't blame it. This is what I could have done better. I apologize. I'd have got everybody in a room. But I was saying that we were talking about a few weeks ago, like I just never heard that from you.
Yeah, that's something I realized and why I wrote this book as well for self-accountability. Because I realized with the internet, you can say things on one platform and another platform, and another platform, but not everybody's watching those platforms.
For sure.
Or everybody hears it.
Yeah.
So I have taken accountability many times to my investors, publicly, at the town hall, etc. But this is a great opportunity on this platform to say, I went out to tackle group economics, something that hasn't been done in our lifetime, in our generation. And I've stepped up to the plate to do so.
All right, and so let's just define what group economics mean, because for him to say he was trying to do something that has not happened in our lifetime is incorrect. I mean, it's just factually incorrect. Group economics is just investing a pool of money. Okay, that's all it is investing a pool of money. That means when you go into an investment and there's multiple people who have some sort of fractional ownership in that investment, that's group economics. Okay, it's not some magical hotep thing that only Jay Morrison had the bravery to do. Anytime you invest and there's multiple people within the investment, that's group economics. Now, if you say specifically only Black folks, well, there are Black investment firms that are doing just fine, Jay. So no, you weren't the only person who has ever done it in our lifetime. And in fact, you are trying to get an award for failing. Just because you tried group economics and failed horribly doesn't get you a pat on the back.
And
Jay was a participation
trophy. It was more than what I thought. And I wasn't prepared. And I dropped the ball. Yeah. We're still in the game, but to this point, we have temporary failure to this point. I failed to this point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't fraud. I didn't steal. I didn't scheme. I didn't all that. I fumbled a rock.
Yeah.
Like, and I got in the ring with Goliath and got my butt kicked.
Let's start over. If we could have done it over, what would you do?
Man, so many things.
Well, okay. Before he answers that question, the reason you're here.
Listen, commercial breaks. That's easy with the commercial breaks, man. I'm not too concerned about the commercial breaks.
Was when we launched June 1st of 2018, we raised a few $1 million overnight, about $4 million in like 24 to 48 hours.
I think that might so it's pointing toward you.
Oh, excuse me.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, when we launched June 1st, 2018, we raised about $4 million in about 24 hours, 48 hours, something like that. And then
just to kind of hammer this point home, he raised multiples of millions of dollars in 2018. His bankruptcy wasn't finished until 2019. That means multiples of Black people decided that they were going to turn over their money to a man who was currently in court, pleading with the court, telling the court that he cannot properly manage his own money, and he needs the power of the U.S. government to relieve him of the debt he got himself into, partially because, according to the paperwork, he committed fraud. And we decided, I'm putting myself in it because I'm a part of the Black community. We decided, you know what? I'm going to give this man millions of dollars to manage. I'm sure he'll do a good job based on the ultimate failure of managing his own money and the ultimate failure of defrauding his past business partners based on the paperwork.
We were like cranking about $1 million a month of raised capital. We had a $50 million raise goal. So that was the plan. The goal was, our tagline was a funding source for the urban community owned by the people. Mm-hmm. Like, we were going to raise this capital, 50 million. And to your point, you said before we started the interview, you was like, man, I was going to build this out and I couldn't get money nowhere.
Yeah.
So we want to be the rich uncle for the community that you could call, like, hey, I got a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's invest, right? And so it was a $50 million, the business plan was based on a $50 million raise. And we were on, in my opinion, we were on track for that. I mean, raising several million your first week. Mm-hmm. Okay, we rolling.
Yeah.
And then that first week though, and I was planned for opposition. I thought it would be like white nationalists or like the other side or something like that. People are opposed to Black people unifying around economics. Yeah. And I wasn't prepared for the onslaught of bloggers and podcasts and just naysayers and anti-TREF movement that started like a week after we launched. And that kicked up so much that our month 6, which was January 2019, month 6, the SEC literally knocked on our door in Sandy Springs. Mm-hmm. And then the FBI knocked on our door in Sandy Springs. The SEC came to our office on Lenox Road in Buckhead. And so a dual investigation started because of all the, it's a Ponzi scheme, this is a fraud, this is this noise.
This is before slander though.
The slander started week 1, bro.
Dang.
Yeah. Tone Talks, Yvette Carnell, who ended up being the person that started the False Prophets page. It was like a whole group of them who were just like, and most of them were like the ADOS community, who were like about reparations. Mm-hmm. And they just had some kind of like beef with me. And then the guy who does one of the Watch Your Money podcast, before he had that podcast, he was offended by, I think I provoked him on the Shade Room. I had posted a video on the Shade Room of me teaching like some tax strategies to Carrie Hilson and B. Simone.
I think he's referring to me. Hold on. He's referring to your very own pocket watcher. He's hold on. I gotta run that back. He's talking about the pocket watcher. Hold on. Let me hear that again.
And then the FBI knocked on our door in Sandy Spring. The SEC came to our office in Lenox Road in Buckhead. And so a dual investigation started because of all it's a Ponzi scheme. This is a fraud. This is this noise.
This is before slander, though.
The slander started week 1, bro.
Dang.
Yeah. Tone Talks, Yvette Carnell.
I'm going to pause right there. Big shout out to Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell. I would not have known about the bankruptcy if it wasn't for these two people. Because listen, I was never going to invest in this fund. It was not a part of my agenda or on my to-do list to research this fund. I knew it was a loser from day one, just based on the fund manager. But it was Tone Talks and it was Yvette Carnell who actually brought up the bankruptcy. And that's how I first learned about it. So he's trying to make it seem as if they were slandering his name. But the truth is, they just made a public bankruptcy filing and notated and explained to the people why it doesn't make sense to invest millions of dollars with a man who was currently in Chapter 7 bankruptcy in New Jersey, but he's also in Atlanta trying to start an investment fund. Seems a bit odd.
Who ended up being the person that started the false profits page. It was like a whole group of them who were just like, and most of them were like the ADOS community who were like about reparations. Mm-hmm. And they just had some kind of like beef with me. And then the guy who does one of the Watch Your Money podcast.
Pocket Watching with JT. You get it right, sir. You get it right. It's Pocket Watching with JT. You will respect this brand. Pocket Watching with JT.
Before he had that podcast, he was offended by, I think I provoked him on the Shade Room. I had posted a video on the Shade Room of me teaching like some tax strategies to Kerry Hilson and B. Simone, some of our friends. And he was in the comments on Shade Room before he ever had a brand. And like, hey, I'm an accountant. You shouldn't be saying that. And I said something probably slick back, just kind of my arrogance and kind of whatever. And after that, he was just locked in. And so he had some influence with the NFLPA. I think one was his frat brother or college mate. So he had the NFLPA send out a warning letter to the whole entire NFLPA of all current and retired players saying,
hold on. So now you're blaming me for the NFL. Hold on, Mr. Jay Morrison. You're blaming the pocket watcher for the NFLPA. Listen. Now, while I would love, and let me be very, very clear, I would absolutely love to take credit for the NFLPA putting out a warning. That is not correct. Let me explain what's correct and what's incorrect. Something that he said that's correct is, yes, I do have clients who are in the NFL. I do have clients who are part of the NFLPA, and I told them not to invest. That is correct. I am a member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Yes, I am. And are some of my fraternity brothers also members of the NFLPA? Yes, that is correct. But to claim that it was the pocket watcher and the pocket watcher alone by his authority had the NFLPA put out this alert, that would be incorrect. I would love to claim responsibility for this, but I just can't do it because that would be false. That would be false. Go mob to all my frat brothers out there. But no, I didn't do it, Jay. I didn't do it.
Warning about our fund. This is in the first month. Mm-hmm. So I'm getting to the biggest mistake.
For sure.
So we got a national credible organization like the NFLPA warning all, mind you, we had like several NFL players in our fund. Rest in peace to Marius Thomas, my brother, like literally like one of my brothers. NFL Hall of Famer. He was in our fund and others. And that was a tarnish. And then all the online noise. And then the SEC and the FBI started investigating us in month 6 of our company starting. So imagine you start a new company, You're excited about it. You pumped up. To your point, you tell your staff and your team, everybody put in $2,000. We're going to go do this, build this studio out.
Yeah.
And imagine the 6 months of you doing so, the FBI come investigate you and your company and whatever other governing agency come investigate your company. So not just the legal cost, which is about $500,000 to defend that, an 18-month investigation and what it did to my team, because they got all my team laptops, iPads, phones, they're screening everybody's stuff with these devices. And so my team has to go home, my staff has to go home to their families and explain why they're under investigation. So to the point of what the biggest mistake was, when that happened, and we were raising about $1 million a month at that time, it dwindled down to $100,000 a month. It was too strong of a current to continue to raise capital upstream against slander, we're a company that's based on equity, having capital to loan out capital or to give capital infusions or partnerships. When you can't raise capital as a company where your business model is based on deploying capital, it's a struggling business model at that point. And so my biggest mistake was not recognizing that sooner, understanding how severe those investigations were and just that whole climate was.
And let me say something real quick. I want to circle back to this. My first interaction with Jay Morrison, he is correct about the Instagram post. Let me be very, very clear about this Instagram post. In this Instagram post, he was holding a mastermind with online influencers. And in this mastermind, he was giving tax advice. Me, being an actual certified and licensed financial advisor, I saw that the post was going viral. So much so that someone sent it to me. I looked at the post, and in moments, I realized this man is teaching people how to commit tax fraud. Okay? And in the comments, listen, this is before I allowed the internet to witness my pettiness. Okay, let me be very clear. This was a very long time ago, and I did not want to show my pettiness. I was in the comments and I said, listen, I'm an actual accountant. I'm actually licensed to represent people before the IRS. That is a big part of my practice. People come to me with problems with the IRS. I'm licensed to represent them before the IRS, and I resolve the problem. I have seen several cases across my desk. When I witnessed Jay Morrison, a man who claims he's a high school dropout, a man who I later find out is currently in bankruptcy, a man who I later find out owes the IRS nearly $40,000, is teaching people how to commit tax fraud. I politely, as much as I could, put in the comments, listen, do not follow what this man is saying. He is incorrect. Before you attempt to do what he says do, you don't have to come to me. Go to any tax accountant, tax attorney, financial advisor. Just go to someone who's actually licensed before you attempt what he is teaching. As he said something a little slick to the pocket watcher, and he was unaware of the vast amounts of pettiness that is inside of me. But it doesn't stop there. He's not telling the full story. Maybe he will later, but I'm going to tell you the full story right now. It did not stop at the slick comment in the Instagram post. He took it as far as contacting my office. Let's be clear here. His wife, Ernestine, and they weren't married at the time. They weren't married. I believe it was Ernestine Johnson at the time. She calls my office and is very rude to my receptionist. She calls my office demanding to speak with me. Let me be clear. It is extremely hard to call my office and talk to me out of the blue. Not trying to sound like I'm a very important person, but you're going to need an appointment. You're going to need an appointment. And I make it easy. Anybody under the sound of my voice, if you have a financial question, you want, a quick free phone consultation from the Pocket Watcher, all you got to do is go to the website, pocketwatcher.net. Click the free consultation. Set up an appointment, and you will absolutely get me on the phone. Not an assistant, not somebody else. You'll get me. But you have to book an appointment. It's no cold calling over here. But Ernestine, in her vast wisdom, she decides to call my office demanding to speak with me right now. So my receptionist at the time, she assumed that this was some sort of urgent matter. Once again, I represent people before the IRS. So for all my receptionists knew, maybe this woman is a client of mine and the IRS is knocking at her door. So my receptionist said, hold on, let me get Mr. Pocket Watcher. At the time, she said JT, of course. So I pick up the phone. I'm like, can I help you? And immediately I hear Ernestine's voice telling me, why are you going online trying to tear down another black man? I'm sitting to myself like, what? Who are you? And what are you talking about? She didn't even introduce herself to me, right? Ernestine just starts going in. She just starts going in. I'm like, ma'am, who are you and what are you talking about? You know who this is. I'm sorry, I don't. Eventually, she tells me who she is. And I told her, I was like, listen, I wasn't even rude in the comment. All I said was, this man is not licensed to give any type of financial advice or tax advice. Before you try to follow this, seek professional help. She then says, well, you could have talked to him privately. Why did you have to make it public? You wanted to embarrass Jay. I'm like, I don't even know who this Negro is. Why would I try to embarrass him? I don't know him. All I know is he made a public post and I made a public comment. Then all of a sudden, I guess Jay Morrison notices that Ernestine is getting a little excited. So he decides to take the phone. And he, just as the PhD in finance, Dr. Boyce Watkins said, he said, King JT. That's the first words I've ever heard out of this man's mouth directed to me. Okay. He said, King JT, how you doing? Maybe he thought I was just like Boyce. Maybe he thought he could sweet talk me with that king queen talk. And all of a sudden, all of my real financial knowledge would just go away in smoke. But he said, King JT, hey, man, let me talk to you. I mean, I know this isn't personal or anything, but it's just like, as brothers, I'm sure we're trying to see the community come up. And as brothers, I just feel like if I do something wrong or maybe I need to correct something, maybe you can just, DM me. DM you? What is you an Instagram model? What are we talking about here? DM you? I don't DM grown men. What do you think this is? This is not a Diddy party, baby. I'm not DMing you. You made a public post. I made a public comment. I know more than you. I know I'm correct and you're wrong. So what are we talking about? We go back and forth a little bit, but he said, you know what? Next time, if I'm wrong, just reach out directly to me if I'm wrong. All right. And I'll just make sure that I talk to my team, because I got a team. I got lawyers, I got accountants, I got a whole team, and they should have checked it out. But I'm going to check with them and see if it was wrong or not. Well, eventually he took the post down because he was wrong. All right. He said, why did you take the call? Well, once again, I didn't know it was them. I had no idea who this was. My receptionist just told me there's a very upset woman on the phone. She says that she really needs to talk to you now. I assumed that it was a client and maybe the IRS was in their house taking their stuff. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a wife of a client and, she needs to get in hold of me. I don't know. But then my petty side came out. And when my petty side comes out, I will engage you in a conversation until I destroy you. I'm not walking away. I'm going to stay there and point out everything that makes you wrong until you submit. That's just who I am. So I just want to make sure that the story is clear. Okay. That's what happened.
And if somebody else if I was coaching somebody now who was starting a fund and their fund got under investigation in 6 months, and it was an online army opposing their efforts to raise capital from online, I'd be like, shut it down. Like, tell your investors, hey, like, the climate's too rough. We need to wait till this investigation settle, find out what's going on, and then we'll maybe reconvene. But my biggest mistake at that is other mistakes I'll lay them all out. Yeah, for sure. But that was one of the biggest ones early, was like, I tried to bully my way through it. Like, I'm gonna do it anyway. Like, I hear y'all hating, it's cool, watch, I'm gonna show you. And mind you, I was worried about the investigations, not because I did anything wrong, but I'm a Black man with a fund called Tulsa Real Estate Fund. It's named Tulsa as a code word, Black Wall Street. Yeah. I don't live in Tulsa. I've been in Tulsa 3 times. Yeah. I wasn't called the Black Wall Street Fund, but I figured it wouldn't get approved by the SEC. Sure. So I did code word Tulsa. So I'm like, oh man, they're about to Garvey me.
Listen, that is so stupid. What do you mean if you called it Black Wall Street, it wouldn't get approved? What would make you think? See, once again, this is why this man is fundamentally unprepared and not qualified to be a fund manager. You're telling me if you named it Black Wall Street, the SEC wouldn't approve it. That just sounds dumb. It sounds like branding. That's all it sounds like. It sounds like branding. Like you don't understand how this thing worked. They would have absolutely let you call it Black Wall Street. Get the hell out of here.
Like, let me back it up too. So there was slander from the first week. But there had to be some sort of linchpin, if that's the word I'm looking for. Something that sparked it. What sparked it?
2 things. One, we were super viral. Like, Nipsey Hussle was involved.
Viral for the raising of the
capital. Yep. Right. And so I remember we did like a photo shoot at this mansion, our whole team had suits on. It's like Black Wall Street style. Yeah. And they're like, this is like a rap music video. These guys are like, you know what I'm saying? It was just like, it was just like who are they? Who do they think they are? Right? And then we were obviously boasting and promoting the fact that we raised these millions overnight. Shade Room posted us for raising, I think, 4.8 million in 24 hours or whatever it was. And, Nipsey Hussle, rest in peace, he was pledged in a fund, and all these other, big figures and names and celebrities, Sean King and, Boyce Watkins and 21 Savage and all. So we're lit. Yeah. And that caused an opposing energy, right? Like positive energy is going to typically attract a negative energy. And then what super piped it up was I had filed a bankruptcy 20.
Okay.
What year was that? Early on, like 2016, early in my career, I had filed a bankruptcy, and the bankruptcy didn't get discharged until 2019.
Early in your career? Sir, what are you talking about? You, in your own bio, you talk about how you got into real estate before the Great Recession. See, once again, this interview is not for people who actually know what's going on. This is an interview for people on the outside of the story. Because early in your career, this man claims to have been a real estate mogul right before the Great Recession. That means he was a real estate so-called mogul between like 2000, 2005, 2010. That's the time he claimed that he was a mogul. He didn't file bankruptcy until almost the end of 2016. He is trying to steer the narrative to something that is not real.
And the fund started
2018.
18.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I was still.
That is incorrect. That is incorrect. Let's fact check this man in real time right now. In real time right now. The man said he filed for bankruptcy in 2016. The fund did not start until 2018. Let's take a look at this. We have the paperwork. The paperwork shows that you started Tulsa Management Group LLC July 20th, 2016. You then filed for bankruptcy August the 29th of 2016. That's 1 month later. Then a month after you filed for bankruptcy, in September 27, 2016, you created Tulsa Real Estate Fund LLC. In fact, you created the fund before you filed for bankruptcy. All you did was change the name from Tulsa Management Group a month after you filed the bankruptcy. But in reality, the Tulsa Real Estate Fund technically started July the 20th, 2016. You filed for bankruptcy August the 29th, 2016. This is what the paperwork says. See, if David was a real journalist, he would already have these bullet points, but he's not. He's not. He never claimed to be a journalist. He never claimed to be a financial advisor. He never claimed to any of that. He's just a guy who bought a microphone and some podcast equipment, and he's doing the best he can. That's why it's my job to fact check. All right? That's what it is.
Still completing the conclusion of Chapter 7 bankruptcy that I had, and they're like, oh man, this guy has a bankruptcy. How can he do this? And so that was another big portion of like optics. And
was the raising of the capital before or after that? It was $100,000 event or something like that. When Ernestine was like, "Yo, let's not invest." Was the fund before or after that?
The fund was. It was after that.
It was after
no, the fund was before that. Excuse me. The fund had launched before we got in bed for the
Gotcha.
event.
Then y'all connect.
Yeah, then we connect with the accuser.
And then, okay, and it's before we even get even further, what happened with this money? What happened with this $100,000? Like, what's like, I don't know if I've heard or your side of what happened, but what happened? I know from what I understand, both of y'all are supposed to come together, give away $100,000. What happened?
Okay. So we're in my office on Lenox Road, and we're talking about the 100,000 giveaway.
Yeah.
And we're going 50-50 on this 100,000 giveaway. Yeah. And in my office, he says, because we were going to do online live streaming and in person. And he says, well, if somebody online wins, we won't get the optics of them falling out and they won this $100,000. So we need to pick the person that's going to win and make sure they're in person.
And y'all already selling tickets at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're already in bed together selling tickets. And so I'm like, nah, bro, like we got to make it fair for like, we're going to sell online tickets so they can win the money. We got to give them a chance to win the money. Yeah. Right. And so once we get to Vegas to a promo shoot, is he and I together outside of the MGM. We're just outside on the street, kicking it, busting it. And he like, yo, bro, we got to make sure the people, like somebody in person wins. Like we got to pick them up. I'm like, bro, I don't get down like that. They ain't my swag. Like if I'm gonna say, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna fake it. And mind you, all this is in the court affidavit.
You're not gonna fake it, sir. We just went through a whole bankruptcy documents that proved you were faking it. But okay, let him continue.
More to this to be the truth, and this is what I sued him over because he said that what I'm saying is a lie. So I said, "Oh, you're calling me a liar and a thief." Well, I'm going to sue you to prove that I'm not a liar and a thief and that you're the liar and the thief.
Right.
And
listen. If you guys are upset that I keep pausing the video, I understand. You can go to David's YouTube channel and you can watch it unedited and uninterrupted. But I have to call out the BS when it comes out of his mouth. This man is sitting here talking about how he refuses to allow a person to claim that he is a liar and a thief. All right, let me hear that one more time just to make sure I'm not missing something.
Truth. Right. And this is what I sued him over because he said that what I'm saying is a lie. So I said, "Oh, you're calling me a liar and a thief." Well, I'm going to sue you to prove that I'm not a liar and a thief and that you're the liar and the thief.
Right.
But your business partners from 2005 said that you were a liar and a thief. They didn't just say that you were a liar and a thief, okay? Because that's one thing. There's always allegations, right? People can say anything. The problem here is when they said you were a liar and a thief, right? When your ex-business partner said, hey, this guy is a liar and this guy is a thief, the court agreed with them. According to the paperwork, based on how I read it, the court agreed, and that's why they won a $200,000 judgment against you. So, Mr. Jay Morrison, I'm sorry, but it is a documented fact that you are a thief based on the way that I'm reading the documents. If you have a $200,000 judgment against you from your former business partners because they said you stole money from them, and the court said, yep, you stole money from them, give them back $200,000, you're a documented thief. There's nothing that Tony the closer can say or do to change the fact you are a documented thief. You have been documented in the courts of New Jersey of defrauding business partners in real estate. Based on how I read this, and I can read pretty well. So I think you're capping.
And I won that case, right? As evidence. So mind you, so it wasn't him suing me. I was suing him. I've been chasing him down for 5 years to prove my
his business partners chased him down for 10 years.
If I'm the thief and I'm the one wrong, why am I the one in court suing you so aggressively? Yeah. And why are you the one with a warrant for your arrest and with the damages and the judgments?
Right.
So,
and this is how long before the actual event is supposed to take place?
This is like a month before the event.
Wow. And you've been promoting it for how long?
A couple months. We did it fast. Right? We're marketing fast. So one day we had agreed in our contract that he would cover, he didn't have a brand at that time. His pitch to me was, yo, I got the bread, I got the capital, I'll pay for everything. You bring your brand, right? I'll cover everything. I mean, he didn't have a brand at the time. He didn't, like, no one knew who he was. You know what I mean? So he had literally DM'd me mad times asking me. I kept saying no. And then one day I'm at the barbershop in Buckhead on Piedmont Road, and I'm getting my cut. And I look up, he comes in, he's like, hey, Jay, it's me, XYZ, the one that been DMing you. I'm like, damn, how you pop up my barbershop? I'm like, all right, like, yo, I'm trying to tell you, bro, the event gonna be lit, man. I'm trying to tell you, man, MGM Graham's gonna be the biggest wholesale and real estate event. Woo, woo. He just persisted. He was persistent. Yeah. And I got a big heart, and I have mad protege. He's a protege right there. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody took me off the corner. Somebody took me and gave me an opportunity to be me, right? And so I'm just always like that. That's why I have Big Brothers Anonymous. I have a heart for young black men. Yeah. And so I'm like, he like, oh, bro, I'm trying to tell you, bro, I cover all the costs, all the expenses, man. I just need your sauce. I'm like, and every year I had done a Jay Morrison Academy conference every year for 4 years now. And I'm like, I didn't have one planned that year. So I'm like, you know what? We'll just merge our conference with what he's already doing. He already had the MGM book. He's gonna pay for everything.
But he already committed to him giving the 100,000.
No, we were gonna do that. We want that part 50-50. That was my idea. And he said, yeah, let's do it. I said, I'll come with the 50,000 for that. He's gonna cover all the travel expenses, all the hotel bookings, all that. So one day we're in my truck, and no, I'm in my truck. I think he's on the phone with me, and he like, yo, I was talking to him. I was like, hey, bro, we flying to Vegas. My people just sent you the invoice for the flights. He like, flights? Who paying for the flights? I ain't no hoe trying to hold me. Like he just went off. I was like, whoa, bro. I was like, listen, man. I said, I don't know who you doing business with, but I don't do business like that. Like, bro, like I don't know what that's about, but like that ain't it. Like this is our paperwork. This is our contract. Like this is what we agreed to. Like don't backtrack. Well, I don't want nobody trying to test me. Like it's cool, but he just went off, and I was like, I took note of it. Like that's odd. Like come on, I try to be like high level professional type vibe, right? And so I told him, I was like, yo, bro, if that happened again, man, we can't rock. And so that few weeks went by, didn't happen again. And then one day I'm in Cincinnati seeing some property. And as I'm driving back, my team texts me, you got to get this guy, man. He just cursed us all out on this Zoom call. So I hit him up. I'm like, hey, bro, my team just said you cursed him out on a Zoom call. Like, what's up with that, bro? I thought I told you we're not doing it like that over here. He was like, man, they need to get their stuff together, something. I was like, yo, bro, if you're going to do business like that, I can't do business with you. He was like, let's not do business then. I said, all right, bet. That was it. I said, yo, we'll refund everybody. We'll cancel the event. I'll send out my, statement to everybody. You can send out your statement to everybody, and we're gonna wash hands. We'll refund, bust down, whatever.
Refund everybody their bread.
Whoever paid for conference tickets, like I'm out. Like you said, let's not do business then. Yeah. Perfect. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not debating with you. Like you're not my style of person. Yeah. Like you don't, your energy and your light don't align with mine. We done. So we wrote the letters up. We put it all out, and all that kind of stuff. And then he kept being aggressive with our team and talking about us and just doing a bunch of things. And but we held the domain. So I'm being transparent with you.
There's a lot that he's leaving out here. All right. Tony the Closer is not here to defend himself. But let me make some key points here. And these are things that Jay Morrison in the past has gone on the record and agreed with. That's the only reason why I'm saying this, because clearly the pocket watcher was not a part of this transaction whatsoever. But I'm telling you what Jay Morrison agreed to based on interviews and things that they've done together. What he's not mentioning is that Tony the Closer originally was just bringing him on as a featured speaker. All right, that's number one. He was not asking for Jay Morrison to partner with him on the whole conference. He just wanted Jay Morrison to be a speaker. There was a bunch of different speakers. It was Jay Morrison's idea to bring on his wife also as a speaker. Tony, for whatever reason, said, okay, to make the deal go through, I'll go ahead and pay you a speaker's fee, and I'll pay your wife a speaker's fee. Now, understand, Ernestine has nothing to do with real estate. Ernestine is a Tubi movie actress. I'm not trying to say that in any type of derogatory way. It's just a fact. Ernestine is probably best known for acting in movies that you can find on the streaming app Tubi. That's just a fact. She has nothing to do and has no history in real estate in such a way where someone would want to hire her to speak at a real estate conference. But in order to get Jay to come on, this is what I heard, and this is what Jay in the past has acknowledged. Tony the Closer paid Jay Morrison a speaker's fee, and he paid his wife a speaker's fee. Also, Jay Morrison kind of took over the ticket sales. So now when someone buys a ticket to the event, the money goes to Jay Morrison's Stripe account, not Tony's. The deal was supposed to be in certain intervals, they would release money to Tony. Because remember, as he said, Tony was the one that was paying for everything. See, this is how Jay Morrison catches himself up. He talks too much. Okay? Jay Morrison talks too much. What he depends on people not really listening. Because if you actually listen to what Jay Morrison says, it doesn't make sense. Jay Morrison has already admitted that Tony the Closer was the one paying for everything. Y'all just heard him say it. Tony was the one paying for everything. But Jay Morrison was the one collecting the ticket sale money. What he's not mentioning is that during that Zoom call when Tony was cussing people out, but he did mention it long ago on an Instagram live where him and Tony were arguing with each other. Tony was cussing them out because they weren't releasing the ticket money. Come on, what makes more sense? If it's Tony's job and responsibility to pay for all the expenses, and it's Jay Morrison, for some reason, he wants to be the one to collect the ticket sale money. What's more likely? Is it more likely that Tony just flips out and cuts people out? Or is it more likely that Tony has the responsibility of paying for everything for the conference? Jay Morrison's team is collecting the ticket money. They're supposed to release the ticket money, I don't know, every week, it's supposed to be like a settlement, maybe at the end of every work week or whatever it is. They're supposed to release the money to him, and they're not releasing the money. Jay Morrison, he may admit to this later, we'll see, but Jay Morrison already admitted that he never gave Tony the ticket money back, nor did he give Tony the closer his speaker fee and his wife's speaker fee back. He has also admitted, based purely on the ticket sales and the speaker fee money, he owes Tony like $80-something thousand or $100,000. That doesn't include the $50,000 half of the giveaway money. But see, what Jay Morrison is dependent on, he's dependent on you not knowing the full story. He's dependent on talking slick in front of David, and David has no idea what the hell is going on, and he's letting them talk without checking them. But once again, I understand it's not David's job to check this man. It has to come to the pocket watcher. All right.
We hold the domain for the event, but he's popping it online like, you know what I'm saying, doing what he do. Like, you know what I'm saying, talking bad.
He wants his ticket
trying
money.
to sabotage all of that. And so I was like, man, shut that domain down, man. Like, bro, like, get out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you're not going to just do what you want to do. And I'll take accountability.
So now he admits to sabotaging the event. He admits that he shut down the domain. So now you can't even buy a ticket. The access for most people to buy a ticket is going to be online. He shuts down the domain for ticket sales now. And he's still holding on to the ticket sale money that he already collected. Okay.
I believe for that. Me today, I'll just let him live and just, here, do you, man.
I'm having domain.
Yeah. That was my retaliation for him. Again, do something about it. That was my retaliation for him trolling us, mocking us, disrespecting us online. It was like, yo, bro, you talking smack about me, but I hold control of the domain. So I just shut it down. Yeah. Which again, I'll take it wrong for that, right? In my own moral compass today. Back then, it's like, nah, bro, I'm gonna flex my power on you.
Let me ask you, if he was telling the story as to what happened, what would he say? Just in fairness to his side, right? Because when we have a dispute, like me and my wife have had disputes. She's saying something, I'm saying something. I can't understand why she's saying what she's saying. And she's looking at me crazy, like, why would you even say that? So it's two different sides, but I know what she's arguing.
Understand.
What is his argument? What would he be saying?
I'm going to tell you, his argument is, so he went forward with the event, the $100,000 giveaway. He went forward with it regardless, said he was locked in on it, held the event, and then said, because I didn't do the event with him, that I was responsible for my $50,000 giveaway and his $50,000 giveaway.
But y'all agreed to not do the event together.
We agreed not to do the event together. Oh, it's in the documents that we're not going to share today.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
got it.
So I'm saying everything that I'm saying, I stood on.
Yeah.
I stood on in court and followed up with for 5 years now. That's how much I believe in my truth. Right? So it's like, again, you and your wife arguing, but she's ducking court.
Yeah.
And you're pulling up the court.
Right. So you got this mixed with the launch of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. And
yeah, so I want to say this real quick. So the person who won the giveaway, they sued him and won a judgment. He said he gave away the $50,000, but never did. That's public doc. So he's saying that I owe him $100,000, but he's not saying I owe him. He's saying I stole $100,000 because I didn't give $100,000 to the giveaway. That's his whole thing. This whole time, bro, has been
what he gave his 50.
This is incorrect. He also wants the ticket money, and he also wants the speaker fees. You still have not paid back the ticket money or the speaker fees.
So listen, All the, hey, I can't be with Jay Morrison, I can't have Ernestine come to my parties, I can't mess with them because it's all muddy, he might have stole from that guy. It all was because I didn't give $100,000 for a giveaway that he never actually gave away.
Oh, he gave his 50.
No, bro.
Nothing at all.
He gave like a portion of it. And the dude, Gage Root, sued him and won in court on that. He has a judgment for him on that. So he's been telling.
Talk about your judgment. Talk about your $200,000 judgment from your business partners and so-called childhood friends.
Everybody for all these years that I've stole 50,000, then it went to I stole 100,000 because I didn't participate in a giveaway that we both agreed that I wouldn't give away, that he didn't even give away himself. And that was his marketing campaign for all these years, bro. And it's in the court documents.
Got it. And so mixed with all of that.
So now you got a super
for sure
aggressive opposer to Treff, and now he can use the emotional vulnerability of all my $500 investors and all my 15,000 investors from 22 countries.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I don't know about y'all. Maybe it's just my pettiness, but the way this man just said $500 investors, like y'all need to stop bothering him about your little funky $500. Hey, that's real. Hey, listen, that is a classic Negro move. That is a classic Negro move. Let me explain to you why this is so funny to me. The way this man just said, like the little $500 investors. Have you ever let someone borrow money? Let's say it's $20, $50, whatever it is. When they are trying to get you to lend them $500, these people are the most respectful and humble you have ever seen them in their life. They come up to you and say, hey, brother, sister, listen. I'm kind of down on my luck right now. All I need is $30, $40. What, if you can get me right, I will give it back to you first thing Monday. First thing Monday, listen, I just need to hold on, right? They don't even say borrow. I just need to hold $50 real quick. I give it back to you on Monday. Then Monday comes. You don't hear from them. Another Monday comes. You don't hear from them. Another Monday comes. You don't hear from them. So you decide to reach out to them. You say, hey, Jermaine, remember when you borrowed that $50 from me 3 Mondays ago? You said you was going to pay me back the next Monday. It's been 3 Mondays. What do they always say? Man, you trip about the little funky $50. See, the $50 wasn't funky when you needed it. When you needed the $50, it was the best thing in the world. But when I want my money back, now it's little funky $50. That's how I feel when he talks about his $500 investors. I got to
my 500, and now he can use the emotional vulnerability of all my $500 investors and all my.
Am I tripping? No, listen, I'm stopping the broadcast right now. I got to hear from y'all in the chat. Am I tripping? Or does he sound like in his voice when he talks about the $500 investors? Doesn't it sound like he's kind of giving you that funky $500 vibe? Or is it just me? I just need to hear. Is it just me? Or is he making it sound like his little $500 investors? Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me.
15,000 investors from 22 countries to play on their emotions that, hey, he stole 100,000 from me. I know he's getting on y'all. He did a change.org petition that said we stole 14.5 million from black people. We didn't even raise 14.5 million. That's also in the documents. So he did a change.org petition. It only got like 1,000 signups, but still 1,000 people that believed his BS, saying that I stole from him. So I'm preying on the community. And so that's what trickled. And so then he put pressure on my proteges. And one by one, my proteges, many of whom I helped make millionaires, who called me big brother, called me their leader, their hero, all kinds of things, were tight, thick as thieves. He just put pressure on everybody, DMs, inboxes, hitting their baby mamas. I mean, he just aggressive.
Here's the thing.
I'm sorry. Did this man just say that Tony the closer was able to reach out to your proteges, people who you made millionaires? Okay. You made people millionaires. And through the power of the magic DM, your proteges turn their backs on you. You know what that sounds like? Do you have any idea of the story that this man is trying to wrap himself up in? This man is claiming that he is Jesus, and his disciples are denouncing him. But it's okay because his God told him it would happen. This man is building up a narrative that he is like Jesus Christ, a humble man, divinely guided, attempting to lead Black people to financial freedom. And in his moment of weakness, he's sitting at the dinner table looking at his disciples, telling them, one of you, if not all of you, will deny me. That's the story he's trying to bring up. Just to let you know, I know a slick Negro when I hear one.
About that though. So if something had to be wrong, if everyone that work with you, not everyone, but a large group of people, they're saying he is who the slander is saying. And I don't know, like I've had a bunch of people work for me throughout the years. Even if I don't know, I'd smash the windows out of Kay's car, right? That would be the one thing she could say. But I don't know if there's a lot of people that would say through our dealings together, he was unfair, he did this wrong, he did that, you know what I mean? So as I'm seeing this unfold in all these people, whether it's Will or Isaac, or there was a bunch, it was coming out the woodworks of people that were attached to you, that y'all called each other king at one point, and you changed their language essentially. You know what I mean? Like
changed their lives.
They're all being what you've designed from my perspective.
Yeah.
And now they're coming out saying that you are this person. And I have a relationship.
They were all saying that. That wasn't their language.
I mean, they all they all said something that was negative.
They all disavowed. They all.
Here it come. Listen, I am not psychic. Okay, I'm not psychic. I don't have any magical powers. I don't even have a crystal ball. But I just know Negroes when I see them. And I'm telling you, this man is going to compare himself to Jesus Christ. I just know it in my bones.
All create a distance.
I know Isaac made this whole video, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but I'm like, as I was looking at it, I was like, for one, it was all good just a week ago. And he's like saying you did all this stuff. And then, a bunch of other people, Brandon, these are people that like inner circle, and they're saying you are this animal.
One, I didn't watch any of those videos, so we're talking ambiguous, right? So I don't know what those particular accusations were. I know.
Hold on. See, when a Negro talks too much, they tell on themselves. Just a moment ago, he said they didn't use that language, as if he watched the videos. He's saying, well, they didn't say all that. They ain't say all that. They just distanced themselves from me. Then when he gives a specific example of a very close protege, I believe they're talking about Isaac, okay? When he quotes what Isaac says, now all of a sudden he wasn't watching. Which is it, Jay? Either you watch the videos, you know what they said, and they didn't say what David was saying they said, or you didn't watch the video, you have no idea what they said, so David could be right. You can't have it both ways.
That, like, I know for like Brandon, for instance, one time I was in Atlantic Station, and there was another coach out in the Midwest who I'd helped train up and took on tour with me. And he broke off from the organization. And Brandon was my sales rep. And then Brandon started doing sales for him. I'm like, bro, we have a non-compete clause. You can't compete with people that bring in you can't do work with people that bring in an organization. He's like, man, bump that clause, man. Woo, woo. He piped up on me in my apartment. And I'm like, yo, bro, like, and he stormed out, slammed the door, went to the elevator. And I'm like, yo, how am I gonna deal with this, yo? You know what I did? I went out to the elevator. He'll tell you this. I went out to the elevator. I said, yo, come here. Give me a hug. And I hugged him. I told him, we talked. He apologized. He ended up working for my organization for several more months and made some of the most money he made in his life. Like, and I'm not, well, let me back up. I will take accountability. I'm not ducking smoking accountability. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all part of growth. This is all part of entrepreneurship. Yo,
This is a Jay I haven't seen.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, yo, my bad, bro. Like,
I will tell you, they'll always tell, well, I took them on tour. I show love, and I can talk about all my good things. I'll tell you about my bad things. My mentor, one of my strongest mentors was an 80-year-old former bank owner, former tax strategist. He syndicated over $1 billion in real estate. Very, very wise, old, other ethnicity dude.
Yeah.
And what he taught me in business, and the way he treated me in business, and how I was groomed, was you get what you negotiate.
I agree.
And so that's how I did business. And I don't do business like that anymore. I'm gonna tell you, if I say, hey, Dave, let's partner on whatever we want to partner on. And I say, yo, bro, like, I think I should get 90, you should get 10. And you be like, yo, bet, bro. Bet. You agree to it. But today I don't do business that way. Right. So if anyone could say that I'm a quote unquote or was a monster about things, is I was aggressive in business. I was aggressive. It's how I built what I built. It's how I was groomed. It's how I knew to function. I wasn't illegal. I wasn't fraudulent. I wasn't bad, but
No, sir. I have to stop you. I'm not David. I actually do my research. You said you weren't bad. You said you weren't fraudulent. This says otherwise. This says you were bad. This says you were fraudulent. A $200,000 judgment for committing fraud on your partners is what this says. Okay? So you weren't just aggressive. This paperwork says you were fraudulent. That's a big difference.
I squeezed my team. I worked people. We working at night. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I also worked hard. They watched me outwork the work. And I also changed lives. But I was more aggressive in business than I know to be today. Today I do business, and I know you know the word of God. Today I do business more like, I call it the Abrahamic way of doing business. Like Abraham and Lot. So it's like, hey, if me and you gonna do business together, I'm not gonna tell you what I want and try to take and squeeze and get the most out of it. I'm gonna be like, Dave, what do you think is fair? Whatever you think is fair, I'll either say, nah, it's just not enough fair enough for me, or I'll be like, all right, cool, bet. So then I had more of a capitalist mindset, more of a leverage mindset. It was more of a, we're in business together. It's like playing ball. Bro, me you go play ball, my job is to bust your butt. It's not to be like nice, you know what I'm saying? So I look at business like a sport, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo.
This is why this man failed as a fiduciary. Okay? Let me explain to you why I believe this is why this man failed as a fiduciary. He is actively explaining how he is competing against his partners, trying to get the upper hand on his partners. We're not talking about the other businesses trying to outcompete the other businesses. He's talking about outcompeting his partners. That's what this paperwork said he did. This is 100% what the paperwork says he did. He says in 2005, he entered into a partnership with Michael and Constance. Okay. They were supposed to renovate a home in Bridgewater, New Jersey. The partners were supposed to put up $200,000 that they got in a loan, and it was Jay's job to sell the property. That's the partnership. They put up the money, he sells the property, everybody wins. What does his partners claim happens? His partners claim this Negro tried to get an extra $18,000 on the commission of the sale of the property. You're supposed to be their partners. You have a fiduciary duty to your partners to try to earn as much money for the partnership, not for yourself. Let me say that again, because I believe that connects to the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. When you're in a partnership, it is your job to try to maximize the value of the partnership and not compete with your partners for yourself. This paperwork says his partners claim that he was supposed to get 1/3 of the property, 1/3 of the profits from the property. He wanted 1/3 of the profits of the property plus an $18,000 commission for selling the property. Negro, the only reason you're here is to sell the property. Why should you get a commission when the only contribution you're bringing to the partnership is selling the property? Then they go on to say, in 2007, you sold the property without even telling them. And you sold the property for less money than you agreed that you were going to sell the property for. And then they say you kept all the money for yourself. They said all of this in court, and a judge in 2009, apparently he agreed. And that's when he entered the $200,000 judgment against you. So I don't understand how you're going to sit here with this face talking about your morals and your ethics. You don't understand what it means to be a true partner.
My job is to bust your butt, and your job is to bust my butt, and we meet where we meet. Yeah. So when we came to contract,
this is absolutely a Dame Dash pause moment. I recognize it very clear. Dame Dash would be very proud of the chat right now. This is absolutely a pause moment.
Negotiations, leverage, I was very, very aggressive when it came to those things in business. And that's really tough when somebody's a protege of yours, a mentee, a little brothers of yours, and they're looking up to you, and you're not necessarily being, quote unquote, the fairest, although one will argue a contract is fair because you agreed to it. Yeah. But in my new moral compass, that's not how I would do business now.
In that way, I actually understand, bro, because I had a friend, really close friend, bro, and I couldn't even understand why she was attacking me. When it's not popular to support you, even your friends will leave.
Straight up.
I mean, Peter was like, yo,
bro, no, it's too much. and that's what I was gonna say. It's like, I don't know it, bro. It's like I don't know why I always use street examples. I ain't been in the street in like 40 years, but it's like, yo, if a Fed case come down, it's like, yo, people start scattering. It's like 100%. So people were like in this pressure, and like, for instance, like Isaac was doing his thing in the street, and I did an event in Philly, and Isaac met me after the event. He had a little Range Rover, and I sat in his Range Rover. He was still in and out the streets. I sat with him, like, yo, bro, you better than that. I'm like, yo, bro, I see who you could be. I spoke life into him. I told him who he could be. I told him exact vision for himself. I told him what I would do to help him, put him on my platform, everything else, bro. And he eventually put the street down, and he got in full blown and became a millionaire. Like, I literally told him in his range, bro, stop hustling. Like, I got you. And it hurt me to watch it. And even him, he told me, he's like, yo, bro, if we ever break up, I'll never do some stuff like Will did. And then he did what Will did. And then Will did. But here's the thing. I'm not even dissing them, man, because I get it. That was too much for them to handle. Yeah. And if any of them, we ever circle back, I would apologize for any accountability I have in any way I impacted them negatively and whatever. And they could also atone with me. And I believe in atonement and reconciliation. Like, that's brotherhood. Like, family's gonna fight. Yeah. That's real love. Like, if you really loved me, because we was talking about, you know what I'm saying? Same thing with some other guys who went and did campaigns to get me. Like, bro, they literally told me they loved me. Like, we were brothers. Yeah. So, but here's the interesting part, is that all the people you mentioned, even some you haven't mentioned, none of them ever came to me and had a conversation with me and said to me the things they said online. Not once did they say, yo, bro, I'm feeling this kind of way about you. Yo.
Now, like I said, I have not watched the full interview, but I want to make sure you are aware that one of his proteges Will Roundtree. I think Will Roundtree was his credit expert guy. Will Roundtree sued him in court, and I believe he won that lawsuit. I believe there's a judgment against Jay Morrison right now, unless he paid it or appealed it. But based on my information, last time someone sent me the court documents, Will Roundtree sued this man for his fraudulent business practices, stealing, I believe, his intellectual property. And I believe Will Roundtree won that lawsuit against Jay. Not sure if he's going to mention that, but I will.
Bro, you violated me in this kind of way. Not one of them could show you a receipt that they ever did. And so that was the disappointing part.
I can see the disappointment, bro.
But it's okay. It's par for the course.
It's so crazy because I recently went through it and I was like, whoa, we talked on the phone a few months ago. Hold on, where is this coming from?
Bro, I got a text message of a brother who did the biggest campaign against me most recently, who texted me in the morning about us doing lunch. And by 7 p.m. that night, I was on a flyer. He said, sorry, homie, tried. Because we couldn't get together to talk about Treff. We went back and forth. He was trying to talk about Treff. He was out of town. I was out of town. He was with his daughter. This is a dude. We literally was dapping at the Boyce Watkins Black Excellence Conference. I got mad love. Looking each other in the eyes. I got mad love. Dancing. He brought a teddy bear to me when I was at the hospital crying when my daughter was having one of her 5th brain surgeries. This was somebody I called a brother. We trying to get together to discuss Treff because he was an investor in Treff. And we couldn't get
I believe he's talking about the biggest investor in Treff, the man who put in the most amount of money.
Together in the morning, he had texted me at 7. I didn't get back to him in time. I just didn't get back to him in time. In the morning, I could show you the messages. You ain't got to show nobody. I could show you.
I was on a flyer.
But bro, I was in a flyer that night, like a meme. Well, so I'm just like, but I love it though. This is the giant called Goliath, called Group Economics. Bro, none of this happens if I don't. Jay Morrison Academy was doing $3 to $4 million a year, bro. I was piped up, Inc. 5,000 back-to-back years.
When was this happening? What are you talking about, sir? When was Jay Morrison Academy doing millions? Once again, liars always trip themselves up because they talk too much. They talk way too much. This man is claiming that his company was doing millions of dollars and he was good before he started Treff, before he started the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. He just said he was good, millions of dollars. Okay. If that is true, why in the bankruptcy do you claim that you were only making, and this is before Treff, you were making $2,000 a month, sir? Do you think we forgot about that? Do you think we forgot about the fact that you swore an oath to the federal government when you filed this bankruptcy document in 2016 before you collected a dime of a Tulsa Real Estate Fund money? Not before you created the fund, because you created the fund a month before you filed bankruptcy, but you did not collect money until later. You're saying you were so good before the fund, but your bankruptcy says you are making $2,000 a month. Sir, that is $500 a week, $24,000 a year. That is poverty wages. Based on your bankruptcy, sir, you were in poverty. Literally, by definition, Jay Morrison was in poverty. When he started the fund, he was in poverty. If he claims otherwise, the man is guilty of bankruptcy fraud and subject to 20 years in prison. So what's it going to be? Either you were this multimillionaire before you started the fund, or you were in poverty as you claimed in your bankruptcy. Can't be both things. Can't be both things at the same time. You cannot be making $500 a week and also be a multimillionaire. Liars. Pay attention to the words.
Years, like I was leading the pack in financial literacy. Yeah. I took on a whole nother venture because I looked around and everyone said, Black people make 1.3 trillion a year and we spend it all. We're consumers and group economics and buy back the block. And I looked around, I was like, well, who's going to do it then? We waiting for our heroes. Who's going to do it? So I just said, all right. And I hopped out to tackle group economics. And all these things are vestiges of me hopping out to take on something that was colossal, that was, I wasn't prepared for. I got my butt kicked in.
The most money this man has ever seen in his life was through this fund. The man is on record claiming before the fund, he had absolutely no real estate. It's right there on the screen. This comes from the bankruptcy documents that is public records. You can go online and search the public records for this bankruptcy. This man swore to the government that when he filed this bankruptcy in 2016, August of 2016, he owned absolutely zero real estate. All of his assets put together was worth less than $5,000. And he only had $40 in his pocket. He had $1,000 worth of jewelry, but $40 cash in his pocket. But he sits on the casting couch right now, sitting on the casting couch across from David. Some of you refer to him as my evil twin, trying to sound like he was doing just fine before the fund. Once again, based on the court record, the fund is the only way this man has ever legitimately seen that much money in his life. If he says otherwise, if he says that he was a multimillionaire before the fund, that's 20 years in federal prison. 20 years. Bankruptcy fraud.
I gave my best effort and still am giving my best effort. But again, none of this happens if I stay simple and plain and like, I'm just going to teach and educate and let somebody else figure out the hard part.
Yeah.
But I got in the ring, man, because that's just because when God called me to, that's just my heart. It's like, it's the reason why I started teaching on financial literacy in 2012 and 2011. When I looked around the internet, no one was teaching.
In 2012 and 2011, based on the bankruptcy, this man claimed on tax returns he made no money. In 2012, based on the bankruptcy, this man claimed he made zero money. That's what he said.
Finances. I understood real estate and credit and business a little bit more than the average person. I got into it in 2005. Really 2002 when I was on parole. In 2005, I got serious. And so I looked around the internet, no one was doing it. So I just started teaching online and teaching in high schools. I wrote a book called Hip Hop to Homeowners. I was teaching in high schools, teaching financial literacy from stage. 1,000 kids in Patterson, New Jersey. 500 kids in Elizabeth, New Jersey. I'm had credit score signs and all of that. I put a world star hip hop video out called Wake Up. Went on a breakfast club, went viral. And then I launched the Jay Morrison Academy to try to help mentor and teach people real estate in 2014 when nobody else was doing it because it was a void there. Yeah. And so when I saw a void in group economics, when Malcolm said we suffer from political oppression, economic exploitation, and social degradation. So I'm like, damn, Malcolm, right. But Malcolm died like 65. Like nobody's picked up this torch yet. So that's why I was saying young Malcolm was like, yo, I'm gonna take the spirit of that. Okay, I'm gonna teach in the streets like Christ. I'm gonna go to the corners and teach and give free game. I'm gonna just play my part in.
See, the man says he's like young Malcolm, right? He says he's like he's young Malcolm. But if you are a student of Black history, he's not young Malcolm. The title that he's running from is young Marcus Garvey. That's his real moniker. And if you understand who Marcus Garvey was and what he did, see, Malcolm X is not known for collecting millions of dollars from Black people and fumbling the bag. Malcolm never did that. But if you search the history books, look into Marcus Garvey. See, Marcus Garvey did collect millions of dollars from Black folks, and he fumbled the bag. There's nothing that Jay Morrison has done in business that Malcolm X did. To be clear, Malcolm X did none of the things Jay Morrison claims he picked up the torch. The torch that he picked up was Marcus Garvey's torch. That's what he did.
Trying to help us uplift us.
Yeah.
And what we did in Treff, I'm not saying I didn't do it all right. I'm not gonna say I didn't do it all right.
Yeah.
I made mistakes. I made plenty of mistakes, plenty that we all can learn from. I just own it. You know what I'm saying? I got my butt kicked. Trying to be the big bad community hero to tackle group economics. And some of the entrepreneurs was like, yo, I would never do a fund like that. They probably were smart. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't gonna say names, but like some of the biggest names in entrepreneurship was like, bro, I would never do a fund like that. And I understand why.
Yeah.
But I had a mandate on my life to do the tough thing.
Yeah.
And
I think I commend you for the ambition for sure. I think it went so left because of who you were.
Real quick. Listen. I know Marcus Garvey still has a lot of fans out there. I'm aware of it. But we got to understand what the facts are. The facts are Marcus Garvey raised millions of dollars in today's money. He raised millions of dollars for a boat he didn't own. He made it seem as if he owned a particular boat and he was selling shares for it, but he didn't own it. That was fraud. That's why he went to jail. Now, if you're trying to say that white folks tricked him into it and all this and that, okay, all right, he got. But the facts are he committed fraud. He was raising money for one thing that he didn't actually have. That's a problem.
During that process, because I think my first few interactions were like, you were just very, very arrogant and you were very like, I'm him. And
I feel myself.
I remember I was pulling up to the mall one day and we were on the phone and I said something to you like, bruh, you don't even follow nobody else on Instagram, bruh. Like, it's just, so I can see how everyone would have these stories because the way you carried it. And I think to really build something, you almost like to have that bravado, like, oh, I am him, things of that nature. But I think your ambition was in the right place, but the attacks come because nobody likes someone who's arrogant in that way.
Right. And who's just isolated and just like a big target and just like, you know what I mean? And that's, those are that was like me doing it. I started feeling myself like God called me to this. I was leaving church in Linden, New Jersey in 2012. And God said, take care of my people and I'll take care of you. And he gave me the vision for the teaching and the hip hop to homeowners and teaching kids and all that. And as I got more popular and more influential and more money, I got further and further. At that time I had a Dodge Intrepid with cloth seats, living in foreclosure. But I was like, God, I need to make money right now. You're telling me to take care of your people. Like, I'm not even equipped for this. Yeah. But I was obedient to it, bro, and it started working. But as I had more success and more influence, I got further and further away from him as being my source. Yeah. So it's like the word says, not by might, not by power, but by your spirit, God. I got to a point where I was doing it by my might.
Hold on real quick. I'm sorry, guys. I got to run that back. What did he say was going on in 2005? Because once again, you got to follow the timelines of people who lie.
These stories, because the way you carried it, and I think to really build something, you almost like to have that bravado, like, oh, I am him, things of that nature. But I think your ambition was in the right place, but the attacks come because nobody likes someone who's arrogant in that way.
Right. And who's just isolated and just like a big target and just like, you know what I mean? And that's, those are that was like me doing it. I started feeling myself like God called me to this. I was leaving church in Linden, New Jersey in 2012. And God said, take care of my people and I'll take care of you. And he gave me the vision for the teaching and the hip hop to homeowners and teaching kids and all that. And as I got more popular and more influential and more money, I got further and further. At that time I had a Dodge Intrepid with cloth seats, living in foreclosure.
All right. Okay. So he's saying, did he just say in 2012 he was in foreclosure, living in foreclosure in 2012? Am I missing something? Because if we do the math, based on the bankruptcy, he's correct. But based on his own hero story, it doesn't make sense. You were broke, living in foreclosure in 2012. You then filed for bankruptcy in 2016. Jay, when were you the multimillionaire? There's not enough time. You're living in foreclosure, broke in 2012. That's what you just said. Based on the bankruptcy, you were broke in 2016. What was the time frame you were the multimillionaire real estate mogul?
But I was like, God, I need to make money right now. You're telling me to take care of your people. Like, I'm not even equipped for this.
Yeah.
But I was obedient to it, bro, and it started working. But as I had more success and more influence, I got further and further away from him as being my source.
Yeah.
So it's like the word says, not by might, not by power, but by your spirit, God. I got to a point where I was doing it by my might. It was like, I'm him, not we, him, not I'm yours, not I'm your son. It's like, I'm and I was feeling myself in this process, what God allowed to happen through this whole process. And it says that in the word that the enemy will send an accuser.
Yeah.
And what happened was, from all the compound interest of all these things, right? All the accusations, the investigations, we launched a Legacy Center in 2019, right? Yeah. January 8th, 2019, 3,000 people at our grand opening. 2 months later, pandemic shut down. Yeah. Deal with that, buddy. Right? While we're in investigation.
Right.
While federal investigation. So all these things are compounding. My daughter's born November 2020. Mind you, while my daughter's born, I got a poop bag. I'm still going to work. I'm still teaching kids, mentoring. I'm still doing real estate while I'm smelling my own poop daily. I got to open my bag and squeeze out my poop, bro. Every single day, all day, whatever I eat, it doesn't sit in your stomach when you have a diverticulitis and an open intestine. My food doesn't sit. It digests and goes into the bag. So I'm dealing with this all day from August 2020 through December 2020 until they then cut me back open and had to restitch me and do me new surgeries. Like, I got the scars to prove it. So like, I'm dealing with that while under 2 investigations, while being accused all throughout line, while me and my wife is trying to figure it out. And then a year later, Kobe goes through multiple brain surgeries while the accuser's still going on and while this is going on. And I'm not excusing none of that. What I'm saying is that I wasn't prepared for life. I wasn't prepared for the attacks. I wasn't prepared for all that would happen. And I didn't handle it properly. Whatever I did, I didn't handle it properly. Whatever it was, I didn't handle it properly. And I got my butt kicked. And I really think, to your point where we're kind of going, was God showed me, like, there's going to be things in life that you can't muscle your way through. You can't charm your way through. You can't speak your way through, right? You're going to have to fall back and lean on me, the one who sent you. That's the only way I get out of this. The only way this fund is redeemed. It's the only way my reputation, the only way the mission he gave me is accomplished is because of my obedience now. Yeah. That's it. I can't do it on my own. And I learned that. He sat me down.
Yeah. But in that moment, I'm sure you would agree, like, yo, you needed that. Because, I mean, if it didn't.
The worst and best thing that happened to me ever in my life.
Yeah.
I'd never be the man. I love the man I am today.
If you look at the SEC filings of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, and I may bring it up. If y'all want me to bring it up, I'll bring it up. I got it somewhere in my notes. He was making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from the fund, okay? That's the most amount of money documented that he has ever made in his life. Now, he claims he made millions of dollars. It doesn't show up on the tax returns that he gave to the bankruptcy court. He claims he was a big dope kingpin in New Jersey. Obviously, he's not filling out an IRS 1040 on that, so we can't prove that. But what I can prove, based on court documents and SEC filings, that the most amount of money he ever made in his life that's documented and provable is the management fee from the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. If this man dares to claim that he was making more money with his business before he started the fund He's fighting a bankruptcy fraud case that can land him in federal prison for 20 years. So which one you think is more likely? Do you think he's lying to the feds, or is he lying to his Instagram followers? One is a punishment of 20 years in federal prison, and the other, you can just get offline and he goes away. Get off Instagram like you did a month ago. Just stop tweeting. Stop. And it goes away. But you won't let it go away. You cannot live without being in the spotlight. You cannot survive being quiet. You crave the likes and the shares and the follows. You desire with all your heart and might people admiring you. What's up, King? I'm proud of you, King. Because if it was as easy as simply staying off the internet, you could and be done. The reason why you're on the casting couch of social proof is because you want your comeback. You gotta come back for the likes, shares, thumbs ups, hearts, double taps, whatever it is, it's social media is why you're here. Nobody was begging for you to come back. Let's be clear. No, there was no big outpouring of the community. Jay, we need you back. The only reason why I'm doing this live stream right now is because my subscribers begged me to do this. I'm happy just doing the bankruptcy breakdowns. And hey, real quick shout out. This Saturday morning, a new episode of Bankruptcy Breakdown is going to be Memphis Bleak of Rockefeller fame. We're doing a new episode of Bankruptcy Breakdown. We're also going to have an episode of the Tax Takedown. The Tax Takedown is going to be Wesley Snipes. I got an episode on Wesley Snipes, and I got an episode of Fat Joe coming up on the Tax Takedown and the Bankruptcy Breakdown. They're still coming. But the only reason I'm here tonight on this live stream is because the people begged me to do this. Nobody was begging for Jay Morrison to sit on the casting couch. You decided to do this.
The worst, bro. That's why I got on social media was like, I had to get real again. Like my whole world was jaded by this all day, bro. I've recorded every meal I ate for 12 years. Every outfit, you know what I'm saying? Every moment. I was detached from life. And you get to a point where you become like an idol, where you can idolize being idolized. Where I remember Earn Your Leisure had an event here in Atlanta. This is after they brought me on their podcast and before I was banned from everybody. They did an event here in Atlanta, bro. When I walked in, the room erupted. Like I literally walked in, like Jay Morrison here, bro. The room erupted. It was like, yeah.
Wow.
I keep 1,000 with you, bro. I had a vision for myself to do all the things in the community, to serve, give my heart, to teach, empower the poor. Bro, we've been on a corner class, bro, where there was, I don't like the term dope fiends, but there were heroin addicts in the middle of our corner class, nodding off, bro. And I come and talk to them and give them a hug. Like real talk, just trying to love on people. Mm-hmm. That doesn't negate my arrogance though.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? I had a love for people, but I also was still arrogant. And I remember in doing this journey, like having this vision of being like the Jay-Z of real estate. Mm-hmm. It was like, I want to be the biggest guy, the biggest figure, the most untouchable, the Jay-Z of real estate, the Jay-Z of financial literacy, the guy. And what happened was, by me carrying that energy, many of the young guys who were coming behind me, who were inspired by me, who were at my corner classes and at these things, they all like, yeah, one day I'm going to be the one on tour. I'm going to be the one with drivers. I'm going to be the one with security. I'm going to be the one that's him. That's the guy. And so when people saw me get vulnerable and they had the shot to be the guy, it's like you see Jay-Z get vulnerable, but you a rapper. You're like, oh, it's my shot. It's my shot. And instead of me motivating people to stay pure to the mission, I can say God called everybody to serve how he called me to serve. Some people just might want to get their bag, get money and just use financial literacy to do so. Everybody got different walk and different calling. But instead of me being a role model of a God kind of love and a God kind of life, or just a proper way of service and using this tool of our gifts in financial literacy or business to really serve others genuinely and still do well for ourselves, but removing all the arrogance and all that, instead of me leading in that kind of, and I did a little bit, I'm not like trying to overbash myself, but there was an opportunity for me to really lead the culture in a less arrogant way, in a more humble way, in a more godlike kind of way that just could have been a better example. I think that a lot of the things that happened to me, I called them myself. And that's even the same reason why I partnered with the accuser. I saw the signs that it wasn't right, but everything was going right for me. So I felt like everything I touched turned to gold. So
once again, what was going right for you? You were in an act of bankruptcy claiming you were in poverty. Am I losing my freaking mind? You were in an act of bankruptcy in New Jersey claiming that you were in poverty. The type of money that you claim that you made under oath is the type of money that you should be on food stamps. You should be living in Section 8 housing, making $500 a week. Okay? In 2016, let's just run the numbers for a second. Right? Let's run the numbers for a second. I'm sorry. I'm getting sorry. Apparently my mic is bad. I'm getting too excited. Let me know if the mic. Hold on. Let me get this fixed. Hold on. Testing. Can you hear me? Is this better? I'm sorry. I was getting too excited. I'm sorry. I was getting too excited. Somebody let me know. I'm sorry. I was getting too excited. But this is what's so frustrating. You know, this is what's frustrating, man. Look at this man's face. Right? Look at this man's face. If you sit down and just make notes of everything this man has said, this story doesn't make sense. All right? The story doesn't make sense.
I did a little bit. I'm not like trying to overbash myself, but there was an opportunity for me to really lead the culture in a less arrogant way, in a more humble way, in a more godlike kind of way that just could have been a better example. I think that a lot of the things that happened to me, I called them myself. And that's even the same reason why I partnered with the accuser. I saw the signs that it wasn't right, but everything was going right for me. So I felt like everything I touched turned to gold. So it was like, I could do a conference in 2 months with somebody nobody knows and just.
Everything he touched turned to gold. Everything he touched turned to gold. You owned no real estate. All of your assets put together was less than $5,000 in value. You were making $500 a week. You are the classic profile of a Black man in poverty in America. You fit the financial profile of a person that only can survive because the government gives you food stamps. You fit the financial profile of a person that can only keep a roof over his head because he gets Section 8 housing vouchers. But you claim you were good. You claim everything you touched turned to gold. But you also claimed in 2012, I believe, if I remember the bankruptcy documents correctly, that you did so bad that you made no money in 2012. Okay. Let's hit the rest of this story.
Make it happen. I did no background check on him. And once my wife did a background check on him, she found out about his prior criminal history. And I'm not going to even mention what it is because I'm not trying to shame him. And she was like, yo, I can't align with that. And so that also created an issue because she couldn't align with his prior criminal history. So
your wife, Ernestine, the Tubi movie actress, couldn't align with the so-called criminal history of a man. Yet her husband is a felon. Let me be clear. Tony the closer, for whatever negative things someone may think of him, based on my research, the man is not a felon. Has he been arrested? Apparently so. I've seen the mugshots. Tony Closer has been arrested. But he's not a felon. The only person who's a felon in this entire conversation is Jay. You're the felon. You're the drug dealer. You sold your father crack cocaine. But your wife, the Tubi movie actress, she can't align with a man who's been arrested in the past, even though I'm sure a man who has several felonies, because you claim that you went to prison a few times. So I have to assume that you have more than one felony, just based on how math works. You are a felon. You are a man who has a $200,000 judgment for committing fraud against his business partners based on the paperwork. But she can't align with a man that's been arrested, not convicted, but arrested. Okay.
I broke it off with him. Like, yo, bro, I can't. My wife's part of the conference. She said, you know, she ain't feeling it. And then I felt he pulled on some heartstrings. Like, yo, bro, you were a drug dealer and you got a second chance. Like, why are you going to shame me for my crimes? And I'm like, yeah, he kind of.
Once again, it's not, listen, it's only an accusation when you're arrested. You're a criminal when you get convicted. Jay Morrison should know the difference because he's been apparently convicted. He knows the difference. He's playing loose with the language, right? He's playing loose with the language for people who don't know, right? You're not a criminal or a felon until you're convicted. You're the only one who's a convicted felon, sir.
Right.
Yeah.
So I went against my wife's word and her instinct and discernment, and I partnered with him anyway. And then he played a pivotal part in destroying our lives.
I can kind of understand where Ernestine is, especially because she's saying, don't do this. And you going against it, essentially created the spiral of all these things over the last 5 years in your life. And I'm sure she's holding on to the fact that I told him.
Imagine this. Imagine if this God never exists or never exists in my world. Bro, the Will, the Isaac, the Brandon, the this, the that, the all the things you ran off, they likely don't happen. He literally, you know a lot of inside stuff. Like he literally went on a campaign, not just public, but private, DMing friends, DMing family. Yo, you shouldn't align with him. And some people were like, it just made them uncomfortable. Like, yo, bro, like, I don't believe him or nothing, but like, I don't want no smoke. Like he's willing to get muddy and messy. And but I thank God for him, bro. I thank God for him because yeah, I might be more successful. Like the Jay Morrison Academy, man, we lost millions. I lost so much revenue, influence, and everything else from it, right? And that's part of the damages and triple damages. And Treff, think about all the capital that we could have raised if he had not been telling everybody he stole and doing campaigns and marketing. We counted 1 year. I haven't been to his page since 2019. I don't look at nothing, bro. That's just me. But I had my team count. He had posted 60 videos. This is not even including the live streams, just on his page, on his feed, 60 videos of me. Like campaigning. So imagine if that doesn't exist, let alone the other people are campaigning. But imagine if that doesn't exist, how much more capital we have to invest and do our group economics. Or
hey, I think it's time. He's beating up on Tony too much. What about me? Remember, you claimed that it was the pocket watcher who got the NFLPA to put an alert out. Do I get any of the blame? Come on now, there's enough. Listen. Tony did a whole lot of work. All right, I got it. Tony did a whole lot of work. But what about the pocket watcher? You blame me for the NFLPA. Are you telling me that if Tony wasn't around, I didn't have an impact? You know, you got to give credit where credit is due, Jay. What are we doing?
Or more. I had a 150-acre development in South Carolina that this lady who followed me, she was like, I'm a fan of your work, love what you do with the kids. You helped me get my first house, follow you for years, got your book. Well, I inherited 150 acres from my mom. Can we do a development? Bro, we get into the development stage. She's like, okay, I want you to meet my brother. I meet his brother, we talk. He does a Google search, sees what the accusations are. It's like, no, we can't do it. 150 acres we don't have to pay for. 350 acres for Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Bro, I got 7 of these stories. People who wouldn't even do developments with us, they won't even accept our capital.
Dang.
Because, bro, if you accept my capital, it means you're in bed with me. If you're in bed with me, that means you're a target for the accuser and everybody else. Think about the people that you know in circles, even here in Atlanta, that were like, yo, we can't do events at the Black House.
For sure.
Right?
For
sure. So the Legacy Center, supposed to be our community thing, forget the pandemic, right? Say the pandemic doesn't bother a co-working space. Say it doesn't. Bro, I was boycotted by my own people in the city. Is this facts or not?
No, 100%. 100%.
I'm not, right? But I didn't go out, yelling, kicking and screaming about it. That's another one of my mistakes. Another one of my mistakes is every obstacle that I got is part of a little bit of, it's entrepreneurial resilience. It's a little bit of confidence, a little bit of arrogance, but everything that came at me, I'm like, put my young Malcolm, I could do it.
Yeah.
Put my young Malcolm cape on, I could fight through it. And so imagine trying to run a 30,000 square foot event space.
I don't think Jay Morrison has ever even read the autobiography of Malcolm X. There is absolutely nothing that he has done that is similar to Malcolm X, other than maybe speaking to people on a corner street. Like I've seen videos or whatnot of Malcolm outside and maybe Harlem, and he's preaching out in Harlem. So maybe he can try to tether on to that idea of Malcolm was in the streets with the people, talking to the people. But all of this business BS that he's talking about, that's not Malcolm. That's Marcus Garvey. Like, once again, he's getting the two confused.
You've had event spaces. You have an event space.
For sure.
And you got a huge one. You're coming out of the pandemic. You got all these attacks going on. You got 2 investigations going on, SEC and FBI. Yeah. And then the Atlanta community in which you helped uplift and pour into and sow into is like, nah, well, we can't mess with him. I'm not excusing. I'm gonna keep saying through the whole interview, y'all. What camera? That one? Yeah. Y'all, I fumbled the rock. I messed up. No matter what came at me, it was my responsibility as the leader, as the CEO, the founder, the fund manager, the fiduciary, the steward, all that, to figure it out and make it work or communicate it better. So I fumbled the bag. I dropped the bag. I dropped the rock. No matter what came at me, I'm just trying to give you color to what it's like getting in a ring with Goliath.
For sure.
That's all.
Two things that I wanted.
He wasn't in the ring with Goliath. Okay. He was a failed businessman. His entire documented history, not the fake history that he puts up on press releases, the documented history of his business activity has constantly been failure, losing money, right? Do any of you know that this man had a clothing line? He had a clothing line dedicated to school uniforms, okay? According to his own words, he had investors. One of the investors was NFL player Muhammad Wilkerson. He was drafted from by the Jets, right? The New York Jets, right? Muhammad Wilkerson, based on the whole storyline here, gave Jay Morrison $75,000. Now remember, he's supposed to be Jay Mr. Real Estate, right? He's supposed to be the real estate mogul, but he found time to start a school uniform line. Got a $75,000 investment from Muhammad Wilkerson, and based on the story from his own business manager, one of his proteges, as he says, Jay Morrison got an apartment in the Trump Tower and blew the money. That's what his protege said. He said when Muhammad Wilkerson gave him that $75,000, he paid off a few of his old debts, got an apartment in Trump Tower, and blew the money. That's what his protege said. So once again, the man seems to have a fundamental issue and problem with the truth.
I wanted to get clarity on in terms of like an accusation. One, when I saw this, I was like, at first I'm thinking, yo, he raised some money, invested in the Black House, pandemic hits, we can't gather. Maybe it wasn't that bad of a investment. It just happened to be in that time, we just can't gather. It's just a bad business for a pandemic that we just didn't know was going to happen.
Right, for sure. Mm-hmm.
But then I heard two parts. One is there were accusations about how much money you paid yourself from the fund.
Yeah.
And I think that was some gasoline on the people saying, whoa. It was, and I don't know, I might be mixing it up. Like it was just too much money.
For sure.
So I
not for sure, but
I know you didn't do anything illegal because it's like, yo, they went through the books.
His management fee was like over 5%. The normal management fee for people who actually know what they're doing. Okay, let's be clear. I'm actually a financial advisor. I can explain this to you. A real fund manager, a proven fund manager, someone who has produced millions, if not billions of dollars for their investors, they normally get like 2%. That's the management fee of 2%. Okay. This Negro was giving himself, I believe, like 5%. Why would you give someone who has absolutely no history or experience managing a fund a higher fee percentage than the top fund managers in the world? It's not illegal. It's just stupid.
We found we were clean, which is we're doing everything upright. But one of the things
can I cut you off, Mr. Interviewer?
Yeah, please.
An average of $300,000 a year.
Okay.
Over the last 7 years.
I knew it. I knew that was the number. That's the most amount of money this Negro has ever made in his life. Remember, this Negro was making $24,000 a year in 2016. $24,000 a year in 2016. He was making $300,000 a year with the fund. If that's not a come up, what's a come up? What's a come up? The man was living with poverty wages when he started the fund. He went from poverty, $2,000 a month, $24,000 a year, to $300,000 a year with the fund money. It's not illegal. It's just stupid.
Years. That's how much I got paid.
Okay. Well, I think so this is what I saw. It's only three parts. You, Ernestine gets paid at like a
Ernestine hasn't got paid since 20
or something like that.
Ernestine got paid from the same money.
Yeah.
And she hasn't got paid since 2018, maybe early 2019.
Okay.
She's been out of the fund operation since then.
Got it.
Pre-pandemic.
Got it.
Hasn't got paid.
What were they saying though? Or they were saying that number is just, they're just saying it's excessive.
Bro, yeah, they were just saying. They were just saying.
The second thing is, with the, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just say, my words won't, if you believe that I'm the type to try to gouge our people, you're just gonna believe that. My words will never resonate with you. You just, you know what I'm saying? Like,
what I'm losing my freaking mind. I'm about to lose my mind. I'm gonna let him say what he's about to say, but I'm gonna point you back to something that he said earlier in the interview. I'm gonna let him say it. Hold on.
I don't believe that. My words will never, my words will never resonate with you. You just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I give more than I take. I can promise you, I've risked more. And I don't say, oh, my words won't. If you believe that I'm the type to try to gouge our people, you're just gonna believe that. My words will never, my words will never resonate with you.
Stop right there. Now I'm about to use his own words against him. This man just said that when he is in a partnership with people, earlier, he said he changed his ways now, but this was well within the scope of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. He said, you get what you negotiate. And when he's negotiating, he's trying to get as much as possible. Does anybody remember him saying that? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember earlier in this interview. He even claimed it was one of his failures as a businessman. He said that when he's doing business, he's in a partnership, he's trying to negotiate terms of a deal. He is trying to get as much as possible. What do you think the investors are in the Tulsa Real Estate Fund? I can tell you exactly who the investors are because I've got clients who came to me after they invested in the fund, and I can tell you the technical term of the investors. They are partners. They got a Schedule K1 partnership tax form from Tulsa Real Estate Fund. So the same mentality of a man who is trying to get as much as he can from the partnership relationship from his own proteges, meaning people who he knows, why do you not think he's trying to get as much as he can possible out of the investors who are technically partners in Tulsa Real Estate Fund, LLC? The same mentality that made his proteges turn against him, he was too hard on them. He negotiated too much out of the deal for himself. Don't you think your investors who are technically partners felt the same way, felt that you did the same thing to them? How could you be so mentally detached from the idea that you mistreated your proteges as partners, but you would never mistreat the Tulsa Real Estate Fund investors who are technically partners of yours in the same way?
You just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I give more than I take. I can promise you, I've risked more and have been affected more than I received.
All right. That's not what this says. Hold on. Let's get to it. That's not what this says. See, what this says is that you took more than you gave, right? You took way more than you gave. Let me go to the right slide. I'm sorry. This is live. We live. We live. This says you took more than you gave. All right? Right here. In 2005, you partnered with people on a real estate deal. It was their job to put up the $200,000 and do the rehab. It was your job to sell the house. You put in no money, according to your partners. You put in no money. Your partners put in all the money. You took all the money. You took $533,000, according to the bankruptcy documents. And then a judge said you owe them money. You took way more than you put in this partnership. It's not hard to believe that you took way more than you should have in another partnership. That's all I'm saying.
This has been very, very hard, traumatizing on my family, on our finances, on our relationships, on our health, on all type of things. But again, that's what I signed up for.
How much did you raise?
We raised this is the other part. We raised $12.5 million.
Yeah.
But we raised like $7 million the first year, Then it was like 9 the second. Then it was like 10 the third.
Hold on. You said you raised 7 the first year.
Yeah.
9 the second.
No, not 9 more million.
Gotcha.
Like 2 more million. So I'm saying like, so I'm adding up how the 12 and a half got to 12 and a half.
Got it. Okay, but 12 and a half over a few years.
Over 4 years. Here's the other part that one of my big mistakes, but it wasn't so much a mistake. It was what I wasn't prepared for, which is our attorneys advised us in 2020 to stop raising capital. That was the worst mistake ever. Because of
raising capital.
Yes, okay. Because of the noise, because of the investigations, because you continue raising capital. They said if you continue to raise capital, you won't be able to pay dividends, because if you're paying dividends but you're currently raising capital, it could look like a Ponzi scheme. I see. Like recycling money. That was the stupidest advice ever. We are an equity company. So since 2020, was it 2020? I think 2020 or 2022. Yeah, since 2022, I think it is the year we stopped, or 21, one of them. But it's been a long time. Yeah. Since we've never raised capital. So all the capital we had was all that we had. But the expense, so it's like, so if you're a private lending company and a capital distribution company, mind you, Prime Trust, our escrow agent, this is for my people that want to start funds one day. I'm down to help consult, help to whatever, help give everybody this game, because not many people have been on this side. Our escrow agent, they got paid $176,000 just for holding our money. Computer Share, our transfer agent, they get $5,000 a month ever since our inception, ever since 2018. They get $5,000 a month every single month just for holding our investor shares. So mind you, and then every December, they got to do an escheatment process, which is basically to review all the accounts and see who's been opening their accounts or not, and then send out a mass email to everybody and charge $12,000 for that every year. So this is before like any investments are made or anything else. We got those costs, let alone we have to have a third-party auditor. So a third-party auditor is $35,000 to $42,000 a year. Then you got your legal costs, your compliance costs, your other administration costs. You got.
Let me just mention about that third-party auditor. Every single year that he was ever audited, the third-party auditor every single time said, "This business is a failure. This business will not last." They didn't say it in those words. They used accounting words. They said it is a going concern about this business. In accountant speak, that means most likely this company is going to run out of money and it's going to fall into bankruptcy. Not once, not twice. Every year the fund was audited. Even before the fund made money. Let me be clear. Crystal clear. Even before Jay Morrison raised 1 penny, he was audited. They had to be audited per SEC regulations. Even before he raised 1 penny, the auditors said, this company's going to go into bankruptcy. They didn't use those words. They said there is a going concern based on the business model, based on the experience of the fund manager. Most likely, this company's going to go bankrupt. That's basically what they said.
Actually investing in real estate, your portfolio management, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of hard costs you have. You got to make back every year before you even do anything. So to stop raising capital, while you got these consistent ongoing things that I can never get rid of Computer Share. Yeah. I can never get rid of our auditors every year. Before we changed to a C Corp, you don't know what you don't know. Yeah. We were designated as a partnership, as an LLC.
I told you. Listen, I do this. I do this for a profession, right? I joke around on the internet. I play around, but literally I do this 9 to 5 every weekday at my office. This is what I do. I knew it was a partnership. I knew how it worked. Most times in situations like this, it does make sense to be a corporation when you're raising money like this. But see, Jay Morrison has a history of failure and bad decisions in business. So clearly, the fund is no different.
Partnership in the LLC, you got to send out K-1s to all your partners.
K-1s to all the partners. Listen, people, Pocket Watcher knows what he's talking about. I've held one of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund's K1s in my hand before. I know what it is.
Got to make back every year before you even do anything. So to stop raising capital while you got these consistent ongoing things that I can never get rid of computer share. Yeah. I can never get rid of our auditors every year. Or before we changed to a C Corp, you don't know what you don't know. Yeah. We were designated as a partnership as an LLC. As a partnership in the LLC, you got to send out K1s to all your partners. Bro, our first 2 years mail, I'm not talking about the paper. I'm not talking about the staff. The postage stamps, $21,000 to mail out K1s to all our investors.
You don't know what you don't know. Isn't that the understatement of the world? The Black community gave this man $12 million plus, and he was unaware that because he was an LLC with multiple members, the technical term for an owner of an LLC is a member. That's just what it is. Whenever you have an LLC that has more than one member, by default, the IRS classifies you as a partnership. This is business organization 101. I'm not talking about getting an MBA. I'm not talking about being a certified financial planner. I'm talking about accounting 101. One of your first things that you'll probably learn in some sort of, governmental or organizational accounting class. This is basic. You would learn this at community college, that a partnership is the default setting for an LLC with more than one owner, more than one member, and you have to issue the partners K1s every year. Not only that, let me explain to you how this really works. Not only that, you have to understand that the K1s for a partnership, which files the 1065 form, or the K1s for an S corporation that files the 1120S form. Those K1s need to be issued to the partners before April the 15th. They have to be issued March the 15th. Why? You cannot file the partnership tax return the same day of the deadline of the individual tax returns, because that means you're going to force your partners to file their tax returns late. So what happens? When you file a partnership or an S corporation tax return late, the IRS hits you with a penalty. They hit you with a penalty. Does anybody want to guess what the penalty is for filing a 1065 late? Any guesses? What is the penalty for filing an IRS form 1065 partnership late? It's going to blow your mind. No, not that. Not 5,000. No. They do it even simpler. Yeah, somebody got it. I believe it's around $310 per K1 today. That used to be is around that. It's around 310. Okay, so let's do the math. He's got 15,000 partners. $310 per partner. And guess what? That's going to be a penalty that is hitting you. And it can be per month. Per month, up to 12 months. So let's do the math. 310 times 15,000, all right, is already you hitting. Listen, this Jay Morrison, they never should have gave you anything. Listen, the amount of money that you're losing, simply, there we go. The amount of money that you would lose to the IRS by simply filing the tax return late per month. That's the type of liability that you end up with with a man who sells crack cocaine to his father. That's what you end up with.
$21,000 in postage.
Wow.
And I can go on and on. I don't mind going on and on, but what I'm trying to say is that I didn't know what I didn't know.
For sure. This sounds like a bad business model. I would never.
The penalty is assigned to the organization, but the partners are paid through the partnership. So the penalty will not go out to each individual partner. That's not how that works, right? The penalty goes in the name of the partnership. But when the partnership pays the penalty, that drains the funds that would ultimately supposed to go to the partners. So in effect, the partners do pay the tax. But guess what happens to the management fee? The management fee doesn't go down at all. The management fee stays the same.
I don't know if I'm raising capital,
but it works.
Golly,
it works
bro.
if you raise enough capital at scale. It doesn't work at 12.5 million. At 50 million, it now works. Yeah. At 30 million, it might work.
But also, you have to take the money and you have to make the money flip. Right?
For sure,
you gotta like make money off of the money. The second thing was, they were saying that you bought your home with money from Tulsa Real Estate.
Yes. I did not. No.
Oh, you did not.
I'm just saying yes to affirm your question.
Gotcha.
Please don't clickbait me on that one. Like, I see. No, I bought my home from Treff in a strategic creative deal to give Treff some land rights to do a big development. So it's like this.
Well, say that one more time.
I bought my home from Treff. Yeah. Right. So there was 5 acres of land for sale and an additional 27 acres for sale adjacent together, 32 acres. Yeah. And one had a home on it. At the time, I'd already sold my home. I'd already cashed out, right, our home in Alpharetta. And so I bought the land, all 32 acres. Treff was down to maybe like $1.5 million or something like that. I bought the land with Treff Capital to be able to have a development opportunity for all 32 acres of land.
Yeah.
But Treff needed money back in its coffer and we needed a home. So I bought the home from Treff at $20,000 over market value. So it gave Treff like I forgot what percentage it was, return on the money within like 30 days or whatever it was, 30 or 60 days. So I bought my home from Treff, put Treff's money back.
Once again, listen to the words of a grifter. Listen to the words of a grifter. This man is going into a land development deal with a Freudian slip. Absolutely. This man claims that he was buying the land initially for the fund. But 30 days later, 30 days later, he realized, oh, you know what? The fund can't afford to buy this land. Let me say that again. He buys the land for the fund because he wants to fund the profit from buying this land. But then all of a sudden, within 30 days, he realized, you know what? The fund can't afford this deal. So I'm going to swim in. And I'll buy it back from the fund. Negro, real estate deals don't go that fast. It would take listen, it takes some time to close on real estate. He probably was working on that deal in the name of the fund for a couple of months. So you're telling me over the span of a couple of months to initially get the deal, you didn't realize that the fund could not afford the deal. But then immediately after you do the deal, you realize the fund can't afford the deal, then you buy it back from the fund. And remember, he closed on the deal within 30 days. That means he realized that the fund could not afford the development way before 30 days. Because he didn't realize and buy it on day 30. He closed on day 30. So that most likely means probably a week after he closed, he was already working on the deal for himself. That's just how numbers work.
Back into, its bank account, paid over market value to say, hey, I'm being more than over the appraisal price.
Yeah.
Like I paid more than what it appraised for. Bought it from Treff and then gave Treff the development rights to the 27 acres.
Got it. So Treff bought 32 acres.
Yes.
And after you sold your home, you took your cash and you bought 5 acres with the house on it.
27.
From
27 acres with the house on it.
Okay, you bought the 27 acres from Treff
at a premium.
Above market value.
Yes.
Where Treff owns the rest of the 5 acres.
Correct.
And now you can develop on the 5 acres.
And the 27.
How's it own the 27 too?
Because I just already given up the development rights. Like I'm not gonna buy it. I did it to try to be overly fair to say, hey, I'm not interested in buying this land to develop it for myself. I'll to fight Goliath for group economics, I'll give up my land rights for fair compensation as we develop it. Yeah. I'll give up my land rights to pair with this 5 acres.
You're not giving it up if it's for fair compensation. See, those things in business don't work together. You don't give it up for fair compensation. That's the deal. You're acting as if you did some sort of charity. You sold the development rights to the fund. That's what you did. You sold it. And until the fund can actually develop it, you're not going to get any money. But that means they're not doing anything with the land that technically you own. So you didn't give anything away. How can David not understand that very simple concept? He's sitting in front of you on the casting couch saying that he gave something up, but then immediately says for fair compensation. You didn't give it up. You sold it.
Owns to do a development for the fund.
Got it.
And in that, I covered all the taxes of the land, all the carrying costs, all the things. Treff didn't pay for anything that had to do with my personal residence.
Got it.
I covered completely, entirely all my costs, and I disclosed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Treff is not broke.
No.
Treff has money.
We have some money. We got some rocks in a slingshot.
How much money is in your investors' portfolio? Around about. And this is something you send out to them anyway, so it's like right?
Yeah. Well, once our actual audits come out, we have about 2.3 million in real estate assets right now. Another 1.3 million of a commercial property we have right now under contract that we plan to close on in February, and several $100,000 in cash.
Got it.
Several $100,000 in cash. He had over 12 million. He's down to a couple $100,000. Has anyone ever played Monopoly before? Quick question. Has anyone ever played Monopoly before? What's the problem when you have a lot of real estate, but you have no cash? Anybody? Anybody? See, it doesn't matter what real estate you own in Monopoly. You can have the little cheap brown stuff, or you can have the high-end blue area. It doesn't matter. When you have little to no money in Monopoly, but you have a lot of real estate, you still end up going bankrupt. Because when you land on somebody else's hotel or property, you got to pay rent, but you don't have any cash. So now what do? Now you're selling your premium property at bargain prices because everybody else around the board is looking at you like easy pickings. Doesn't matter what you bought the land for. You're about to go bankrupt because you got bills due. So now a property that cost you a couple $100 or whatever it is in Monopoly, it's been a while since I played it. Now you're selling your property for crackhead prices just to stay alive. That's the position, based on everything I'm hearing, that's the position of the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Yeah, you got a few properties, but you ain't got no real cash. And because you don't have any real cash, the second you land on someone else's property and rent come due, you're going to go bankrupt.
You sold the Black House.
Yes.
For how much?
I think 3.7 and change.
And So I guess before you sold the Black House, the whole fund was depleted, and then we
were down to the wire. Yeah. We were down to the wire.
So selling that's where all the cash came from.
That, and we literally liquidated our portfolio. So we had other assets, and we literally just start from scratch. Like we gotta cut cash burn. We have to minimize this team. We got to regroup. That was also part of my hiatus. Was like I got to regroup. Yeah. Like we got to make this work and got to figure out what's going on with this business model, because like the business model wasn't modeling. Yeah. It's like we've done like a few dozen transactions. Like we're doing real estate deals. You know what I'm saying? We had apartment complexes, and we actually, I got another receipt here. We had an apartment.
It doesn't matter if you don't make any money. Jay, let me give you Finance Class 101. Okay? Finance Class 101 is this. It doesn't matter how many deals you make. It doesn't matter how many widgets you sell. If you own a restaurant, it doesn't matter how many plates of spaghetti you sell. If you're not making money, it doesn't matter. You can talk about, man, I got the best spaghetti recipe in town. People line up around the corner to come to my restaurant and eat my spaghetti. But if you're not making money, you're a failure. You might as well make it a hobby and not a business.
Complex. There's been 2 cases of deception or fraud verified in the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Okay. One is the accuser, who we're not naming, who owes us these triple damages and owes us $40,000 right now and has the warrant for his arrest in North Carolina and, have the garnishments on his accounts. Another is a guy.
Currently have garnishments.
Yeah. On his bank account. I got the garnishment receipt, but we didn't gonna show it. Like you said, right? I wasn't gonna show it to the audience. I just wanted you to see just so you could verify for them it's actually real.
Yes. You know what's crazy?
But they can get it in my book though.
You know what I was thinking about? I was like, bro, in all fairness, we couldn't do it in person because I just don't trust him in that way. I was like, man, I would love to interview him, but only because I don't want to be like one-sided, no matter how much I don't like him as a person, but I'm thinking in my head, and I'm just trying to be the right person. There has to be something that he's saying that's true in all the things that he say about people. You know what I mean?
Why does it have to be?
I don't know, bro.
Why can't a liar be a liar?
Yeah.
Isn't a demon a demon?
I think it's time to look in the mirror. Talk to the man in the mirror, Jay.
This is true. This is true.
I mean, bro, it's been like $300,000-$400,000 in legal costs hawking this man down to prove our truth.
That was not personal money. We can see in the SEC filings that all that money came from the investors. It came from the fund. Okay. The deal. So let's be clear. The deal that Tony the Closer and Jay Morrison are beefing about specifically, that was not a Tulsa Real Estate Fund venture. That deal was a Jay Morrison venture. Okay. Tony the Closer is legally fighting him over a deal that had absolutely nothing to do with the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. All right. That's documented. That's documented. But he is using the fund's money to legally fight a person over something that had nothing to do with the fund. All right.
I mean, he's had opportunity to prove his truth other than posting online.
If he wasn't in this picture, do you think you'd still be on that same trajectory of success?
Much better trajectory. First, you got to think about it. Nobody's boycotting me at the Black House. I got more support at the Black House. We got more events, conferences, right? We rocking. Nobody's scared to be attached with me. We doing webinars. We doing, right, bro? I couldn't do a webinar, get invited to a conference in the heat of the webinar conference era. Right?
There's definitely an era where that joint was lit.
Where it was like, yo, Jay's blackballed, everybody else turn up.
Yeah.
That could have helped Tulsa Real Estate Fund, right? Yeah. Any of that, I could have raised more capital. I mean, we're definitely in a better position. But I will say, the model is tough for anybody raising capital out there. Wants to hop in the ring with Goliath with me or on your own. It's tough to have 15,000 partners or just a big, massive group of economics and compliance and managing that if you don't have a significant amount of capital. A lot of small real estate investors are like, yo, bro, I started with less than you. My portfolio is more than Trev.
Yeah.
It's like the rings we in is different. The arenas we're in is different.
How?
Like, how much is your escrow?
You're buying real estate. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're buying real estate. It's the same thing.
Agent. How much is your compliance officer? What would you do if your real estate mom and pop company in your local neighborhood was investigated by your local DEA and another agency? Like, now you might have got it right. Again, I got it wrong apparently up to this point. But what I do know is that real estate is capital intensive. And when you don't have enough capital, because at one point we lending, we partner, it's flowing, but then you're like, we're running out of capital. Capital is how we make money. We make money off of points.
All right, listen, man. I think it's almost over, but let me explain something. The fund lost money every year. The fund lost millions of dollars every year. There has not been 1 year that the fund, based on all the SEC reports I have, the fund lost at least $1 million every year. He has never been profitable. Never been profitable. All these deals he's talking about must not have made any difference. You lost millions of dollars every year. You never had a profitable year in this fund. So what are you talking about?
Interest, off equity, off upside. But even with leverage, we're running out of capital. But I thought that this, again, my mistake.
No, the fund has never been profitable. They've lost millions of dollars every single year. He cannot blame that on Tony. He can't. He cannot blame that on Tony. He has lost millions of dollars every single year while at the same time paying himself $300,000 a year. This is why you know what he's saying doesn't make any sense. Let's just do a thought experiment for a second. Just for a second. Let's do a thought experiment for a second. The man claims he was a multi-millionaire before starting the fund. Not what the bankruptcy says, but I'm going to go with his narrative. Let's just go with his own narrative and see if it makes sense. Forget the fact that his bankruptcy said he was making $2,000 a month. Let's just go with his own narrative and see if it makes sense. Before starting TREF, the Tulsa Real Estate Investment Fund or whatever, the man was a multimillionaire. He was making $3 to $4 million a year with his online academy, Jay Morrison Academy. Out of a calling from God, not a calling from investors, not a calling from real estate experts, but he has the direct line to baby Jesus. And baby Jesus whispered in his ear, start a real estate fund for Black people. I know that you're making millions of dollars on your own. I know that you're doing well financially, but start a real estate fund for Black people. Reluctantly, the multi-millionaire Jay Morrison said that I'm going to listen to the voice of baby Jesus, and I'm going to start an investment fund for Black people. I know I'm making millions of dollars with my own company and I'm doing great, but I'm going to start this fund for Black people. I'm going to sacrifice. And in that sacrifice, the fund isn't making money yet. It will in the future, but just not right now. And because the fund is not making money, it's losing money every year in the tunes of millions of dollars. Every year, millions of dollars are being lost. What does the multi-millionaire real estate mogul do? He takes $300,000 a year in management fees. I thought you were up. I thought you were Mr. Swaggy Swag, Richie Rich, in real life. You were the one in the back of the Bentley screaming, wake up. Why do you need $300,000 a year from a fund that you only started because sweet baby Jesus told you to? This was supposed to be the fund for the people. You're a multimillionaire. What you need $300,000 a year for? This was your sacrifice. This was the cross that you were supposed to bear for the people. But you take $300,000 a year from a multi-million-dollar losing fund? How does that make sense? What's more likely? Is it more likely that a wildly successful real estate mogul who makes millions of dollars a year decides to listen to baby Jesus, start a real estate investment fund for Black folks? The fund is losing money, and he still takes his $300,000 a year? Or is it more likely that the man was a financial failure for most of his life? The one thing that he does well is marketing. The one thing that he does well is run his mouth. He has a great ability to get people's attention. He has a great ability to sell. The problem is he has no good product to sell. Then he starts a fund and he gets $12 million. This is the most amount of money he has ever made in his life. And now he's able to live the lifestyle that he's been dreaming of. And he takes on average $300,000 a year from that fund in a management fee that clearly it seems like he's not earning the management fee because the fund is losing millions of dollars a year. You're telling me that your investors, your 15,000 partners are paying you $300,000 a year to lose them money? That's what baby Jesus wanted? He wanted poor Black folks who only could afford a $500 investment in your fund to pay you $300,000 a year to lose millions of dollars a year. Seems a bit odd.
Think, y'all, on some real. I thought that we could still keep raising the capital and raising the money before we stopped raising. Yeah. I thought I could keep lending and buy Black. I thought I could be, just do the business model because the momentum showed in the love we had in the community and in our marketing.
All right, now real quick, ADOS guy. I see the comment. I appreciate the super chat. I see the comment. What I do not engage in is whataboutism. Not a big fan of whataboutism. Dr. Boyce Watkins is a big believer in whataboutism. Me, I'm not. I'm not a believer in whataboutism. Some of you may be asking the question, what the hell is whataboutism? Whataboutism is when someone is presenting information that is accurate and true. And instead of facing the accurate and true information, they say, what about so-and-so? What about this? They can't say what you're saying is incorrect. They can't say that you're wrong. They just say, what about? Here's a classic example. Say you're driving down the road. You're speeding. You get pulled over by a cop. The cop starts to write you a ticket for speeding. You're arguing with the cop, but what about that car right there? They're speeding. What about that car over there? They're speeding. It's not the cop's job to stop everything that he's doing to get these other people to play your whataboutism game. It's their job that they caught you. And eventually, when it's their time to get got, they'll get got. But I don't play whataboutism. Let me cook who I got on the grill right now. All right? Jay Morrison is on the grill right now. He's cooking. When it's somebody else's turn, they'll cook. But I don't play whataboutism. I stay focused on the assignment in front of me.
ability, and we was clicking. We had a great operation, a great marketing machine. Like everybody knows I was a strong marketer and brander, and so that was all going well for us. So I'm like, I know we're gonna hit at least, might not hit 50, we're gonna hit at least 30.
Yeah.
I know I'm gonna hit 30 M's.
Yeah.
Bro, we did 7 in like the first few weeks. Like I know I'm gonna do 30. And we do 30. Are we having the same conversation right now? No, we're not. Not with 30 M's compared to 12 and a half. And 12 and a half came again, 7 the first year, like 2 more.
Jay Morrison could have got $100 million. He still would have fumbled the bag. Jermaine Dyshawn Morrison, if you would have got $100 million, you would have fumbled the bag. You have demonstrated on paper for several years that you are not a good businessman. It does not matter how much money you give a bad businessman. They will lose money.
Next year we were at like 9, like another 1 or something. We were at like 10. Then we did a big campaign. Matter of fact, we stopped raising in 2020. Matter of fact, I remember because we were in April of 2020. We raised $3.5 million in April. I did a strong campaign chasing Garvey. We raised $3.5 million in the month of April, and then we shut down all capital raise. Yeah. So from 2020 to 2026, I run a real estate fund that cannot receive capital.
Got it. Or the other side is if the investments didn't hit, then we'd be out 30.
Yep.
That's true.
So the investments that you did with the 12, obviously it's a lot of expenses. Were some of them fruitful? Did some of them
majority of them were fruitful.
Really?
Majority of them. I think
how could that be mathematically possible? All your deals are fruitful. All your deals are fruitful, but you lose millions of dollars. Now he's going to say, well, what about the overhead? The overhead, that's the cost of doing business. What about the legal fees? That's the cost of doing business. That's what business is. So the deals aren't profitable at the end of the day. They can't be because you're losing millions of dollars, right? That's like someone trying to say, hey, listen, I've got this restaurant. The restaurant's going bankrupt. But man, when we sell a soda, you know the markup we make on the soda is killing. I'm making like 300% on the soda. What do you sell the soda for? I sell the soda for $1. Well, damn, bro. I mean, yeah, that's a high percentage on that one particular thing that you sell at your restaurant. 300%, that's a good markup. But that's $1. So yeah, you winning like you're winning with the soda. But that's $1, sir. $1. But the spaghetti, you're taking an L at $13 a plate. So it doesn't matter how good you're making money on the soda. The spaghetti's killing you. Let's talk about the spaghetti first. Unless you're selling soda for $30 a pop, it doesn't matter.
One point, or even with like some that weren't, you don't get all wins, but even that ones that weren't, I think our average IRR was like 26%.
So the average was 26.
Yeah, somewhere around there for sure.
So you're saying the investments were profitable, but you're saying all these other costs are what continue to deplete, meaning you're not profiting at the rate.
Yes. The investments individualized were mostly successful to some degree, even if it's 13%, right? Like, and we don't I know at one point we had looked at that. I've not looked at it recently, so I don't want to misrepresent. Yeah. But they have been mostly upside profitable investments. The problem is when your core costs are $400,000 a year, $500,000, $600,000 a year, and with the legacy center with a full staff in an event space building, it's even more. Plus the taxes on the building and a mortgage on the building, and everything else. You got to make so much to get it back.
Is this Negro complaining about the taxes on the building? That's real estate 101. You're complaining. Next thing he'll know, I swear I have not watched this interview, but I swear if this Negro starts complaining about the utility bills, do you know how much it costs to run the AC in a building that big? If this Negro complains about the utility bill, you know you dealing with a show enough fool. That is the cost of doing business in real estate. He better not talk about that utility bills.
I bought the Legacy Center. We purchased a Legacy Center when I realized this, that the cash burn was high, or that we needed more capital, and it just wasn't coming in fast enough. Like, we were going against that uphill battle of raising capital. I'm like, okay, we can get a building that empowers the community. Because remember, it's Black Wall Street.
Yeah.
So let's get a Black house.
Yeah.
Right? Buy back the block. We had our two acres, whatever it was. We're going to have a building that empowers the community, empowers small businesses. We have 16 offices, all small businesses in our offices, all Black businesses, all the staff, security, all that, Black people, landscaping, Black people, right? So we're circulating a dollar in the community, right? Yeah. The rehab team, the renovations, the roofer, the HVAC, all Black companies. So this money, this capital is circulating in our community. So I'm like, this is pre-blackball Jay Morrison, right? Yeah. This is when Jay Morrison was Jay Morrison. For sure. So I'm like, hey, I could take my influence in all the relationships and what I know about marketing and empowerment, and we can have a co-working center. And I know that people in Atlanta will support me in a co-working center and a business incubator and do events and all of that. And they showed up, 3,000 people at our grand opening, and we was rocking and rolling and all that. And then the combination of the pandemic shut down, and by the time we were ready to get back going, the accuser came, and then the blackball came. And so the Legacy Center, and again, I'm not excusing things, guys. I'm just saying that
that's the classic. That's the classic thing that people say. Listen, whenever somebody says, listen, I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, the next thing that person says is going to be disrespectful. It doesn't help your argument, right? I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, but you're being disrespectful. You're being disrespectful. Stop saying that you're not trying to make excuses, because that's exactly what you're doing. You're making excuses. If you don't want to make excuses, stop doing it. That's what shows that shows you being genuine. Stop making the excuses, and we'll stop thinking you're making excuses.
The Legacy Center model was going to be the model to get earned revenue every month to cut our core costs down. Yep. So now the real estate investments could just do what they do and be gravy and be free money. Got it. Because I can cover the costs off the muscle, right? Just me doing my mic. Like, I know for a fact I could do events at the Legacy Center with me and my network in Atlanta and other entrepreneurs throughout the country. I got enough juice to get people to do events here, conferences here, and all that, and make enough for the fund to be able to cut our cost with this building and the activity we can do from this building. Got it. And then all our real estate deployment.
Why didn't you think of that before you bought the building? See, that's what real businessmen and women do. They would have considered that before they bought the building. You thought about that after you bought the building. As somebody said in the chat, you worried about the water bill now, right? The heating and cooling bill, the taxes. You're trying to figure out how you're going to pay the taxes on a property you already bought. It goes the other way around. You consider the taxes, the insurance, and I'm talking about this for everybody who's out there who's thinking about buying your own personal home. You got to think about the taxes, the insurance, the utility bills before you buy the house. You don't buy the house and now got to figure it out, because while you're trying to figure it out, foreclosure is coming for you. Just because you think you can make the mortgage payment doesn't mean you can afford the house. Some of the dumbest things that people say is that, hey man, that mortgage is about the same as my rent. So if the mortgage is about the same as my rent, I can afford a house. That's what makes me know you don't know what it takes to own real estate. The mortgage is just part of your load that you bear with property. You're not thinking about repairs. You're not thinking about maintenance. You're not thinking about taxes and insurance. You're thinking to yourself, well, if my rent is $2,500, I can afford a mortgage that's $2,500. You're incorrect. That's not how it works. You need to seek advice from someone who actually understands financial planning, who can show you what your budget needs to be, who can tell you how much you can actually afford to buy a house. You don't just say my rent equals my mortgage payment, because there's a whole lot more responsibility in being an owner of real estate than a renter of real estate. And Jay Morrison right now is acting like a renter, not an owner.
employment investments is free gravy profits for our investors to be distributions.
It sounds like a great plan, though.
Well, pause that.
All plans sound good. All plans sound good. Mike Tyson said everybody got a plan until they get punched in the face. It all sounds good, but it ain't happened.
This is from a really smart entrepreneur.
It does. I mean, now that I like just revealing, it sounds like a good plan, bro. Like I got because at first when I was like, oh, we got the building, I'm like, and I think everybody, not everybody, but the majority were like, arrogant Jay Morrison bought the building so that he can say he bought a building and it's a bad investment. But when you say it like I'm carrying $400,000 a year, I need an asset to pay for that, and then the rest of the money we can continue to flip from good investments. And you are making good investments.
Yeah, at that point, bro, we're carrying like $700,000 a year.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, bro, we got a consultants, we got a great business plan. I'm like, okay, from the co-working model, we can charge $99 a month.
What is the measurement of a great business plan? And shouts out to the people who gave me super chats, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, man. I can't start calling names now because I didn't call names before, but I appreciate it, man. It's been a long time since I've done a live stream. You guys begged for this live stream, so now you got it. It's been over 4 hours. We're going to finish this video out. I appreciate each and every one of you, but I got to ask the question. What makes a good business plan? This man claims his business plan was great. The question that I'm asking is, what did the auditor think of your business plan? What did the accountants think of your business plan? See, when you get audited and they're looking through your books, your projections and your business plan becomes a part of the overall audit to see if your business is going to be able to continue and be profitable. So if your business plan is successful, that would mean that your auditors looked at the business plan and said, you know what, Jay, you're right. Even though you're losing millions of dollars every year, the business plan that you have is going to make you profitable. And because the business plan that you have is going to make you profitable in the audit, I'm going to say, I believe this business is going to be okay. But that's not what the auditors did. The auditors looked at your numbers, they looked at your business plan, and they said, this company is going to be a failure. So why does Jay Morrison think that the business plan was so good? Once again, he's a high school dropout. High school dropout. Ex-drug dealer. Sold crack to his father. He thinks it's a good business plan. But the accountants, the people who audited his books, and I'm sure he presented the business plan to them, they didn't think it was good enough to make you profitable. That's the problem.
About, 120 people in that. Business events, right? We have our credit classes, our real estate classes, all that revenue. Like I was even sacrificing my educational business and still do to earn profits for the fund so it can be successful. Yeah. So I'm like, this is what, you know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, let's empower the people, have real estate asset, it'll go up in value, still do our lending. We can even lend to the people that are in the building and offer them micro loans and all that, be an incubator. And that was the plan. I wasn't prepared for a pandemic. I wasn't prepared for the accuser to pipe up how that happened. I wasn't prepared for the black ball. And ultimately, I didn't pivot right. I could have shut the legacy center down early. Like these are decisions I could have made. I could have said, you know what, this ain't working early and cut it down, cut our losses. And that would have saved us a lot of money of operating costs for the next 2 years and got our capital back sooner, right? There's things I could have did differently even at decision. I was just trying. I was just trying to, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you're going in the ring with Tyson and he just like, you're just like, yo, bro, I'm ducking, I'm bobbing. I'm just trying to survive, figure it out, like go up against what I'm going up against. But again, I own it, y'all, that, in this fight with Goliath, man, I got my butt kicked.
Yeah. I always give like the benefit of the doubt. Like even again, Donnie, she's always like, yo, bruh, like sometimes people that's wrong are wrong. But I always get a bit like I was leaving the gym today and I was like, yeah, about to go interview Jay Morrison. And the first thing out of somebody's mouth was like, oh man, he stole from the community, man. He robbed the community. And my defense is always, I don't think, and this is even before this conversation, I don't think you intentionally raise some money to take people's money.
Oh, you don't have to think. You can know.
No, for sure. But I'm just telling you the conversation.
Yeah.
Perspective is he took everybody's money. And I'm like, I don't think that's the case because I understand business and I know how hard business is. And my perspective was he wasn't a good flipper of the money. That's why I never attacked the president of any president we've ever had, because I've never been the president. And I have no idea what it's like, because everybody in the barbershop be like, if I was president, this is what I do. I get a reparations to the blacks, and then I let Venezuela have. And I'm like,
if I was quarterback, I would have hit him with a slant route. Like,
right? I think you just you're ambitious, and you, like you said, you weren't prepared for all the things that were going to come, and like you said, we just fumbled it. But the cool thing is, and I think you'll agree with this, anybody that's going to raise some money, we now have at least some example of the challenges of
what not to do. That's what you have. You have an example of what not to do. That's what failure is all about. That's why I do this bankruptcy breakdown. I'm trying to teach you guys what not to do. That's the only example that Jay Morrison can give. What not to do.
This.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I want to raise the bar on that a little bit. Mm-hmm. That's the delineation that I did. And again, another mistake of mine, I didn't make clear enough. This wasn't just a company raising money.
Yeah.
Like if you look at my book, The Solution, if you look at our marketing, look at our prospectus, this was in a strategic, intentional attempt at group economics. This wasn't like, hey, anybody, angel investors, I'm raising some capital for this cool idea I have, and I just raising money. Yeah. This was Black people. We can come together, even with investments as small as $500, and unite together and practice group economics and circulate our dollars and take control of our own destiny, therefore combating our economic oppression. Mm-hmm. That's a different model than just, hey, I'm a real estate guy and I got a fund, invest with me and I'm gonna turn it up for you. Yeah. That wasn't, you know what I'm saying? So I understand real estate was a vehicle we were using, but this was a legitimate attempt. Like Marcus Garvey raised $800,000 in 1920 with thousands of Black people, like $5 investments, which is equivalent to 10.5 million today. So in 2020, we were at like 10.1 million. And so the campaign we did was chasing Garvey. Because his equivalent of 800,000 was 10.5 million. We were just a few 100,000 behind him. So I'm like, yo, let's chase Garvey. Let's get it, right? And do you know the history of Marcus Garvey? Look what happened to him after his capital raise? He bought a boat called the Black Star Line to be able to do import-export back to Africa so we can control our own destiny. He had stock shares, like how we got shares at the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. And he also had like a Black Nurses Corp and like all these like Black-owned businesses to control our own destiny. In that, someone said he filled the paperwork wrong out on the Black Star Line. And his claims were, well, we weren't there, but that it was one of his treasurers. And they locked Marcus Garvey up.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Jay Morrison doesn't even know the history of the man who he's emulating. That's not what happened. What are you talking about? It wasn't just some signature in the paper. Jay Morrison, you need to sit down and just watch a documentary on Marcus Garvey. That's not what happened.
The red, black, and the green, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, the hero, our community hero, like this legendary figure, they locked him up for wire fraud.
Wow.
And then they expedited him out the country to Europe, or to Jamaica, then to Europe. So
they didn't see, this is how dumb. Marcus Garvey chose to go to Europe. He picked there. He went there. He was in jail. When he got out of jail, he went to Jamaica. Didn't stay in Jamaica very long. He left Jamaica, never went to Africa. Never went to Africa. Didn't even visit. Never went to Africa. He went to Europe. He kept saying Africa for the Africans while he was raising money. But then when he had the opportunity to go to Africa, he went to white Europe. And that's where I believe he died. He died in Europe, surrounded by white folks. You got to learn your history.
So the guy before, in the organization before TREF, was called the UNIA, United Negro Improvement Association. That was his organization. That was the TREF at the time, United Negro Improvement Association. He raised $800,000 with no social media back in 1920. He brought 20,000 people to Madison Square Garden, black people, in 1920, bro, with no social media. He brought 20,000.
And he declared himself the king of Africa. Did you know that as well? Did you know that as well? When he was there at Madison Square Garden with all those people, he declared himself the king of Africa.
Out. He raised capital equivalent to TREF's capital, bought a black boat, kind of like the Black House. Yeah. He bought a black.
The eyes are bucking. He bucking them eyes. Whenever you bucking your eyes, boy, you gotta catch yourself. Catch yourself when them eyes start bucking.
Boat. And then from inside his organization was infiltrated, got accused of wire fraud, convicted, and then shipped out.
He wasn't accused of wire fraud. It was fraud. He was, I believe, he was selling certificates and stock in an asset that he did not own. He was selling dreams before you were selling dreams.
Since then, there's been no effort for anybody to organize our people for that effort. Man. I'm drawing that conclusion just to say this is not just any other business. Yeah. This is just not a capital. Now, people who just want a capital raise can learn a lot from us. I got a lot of information to share, much more to be shared today. I could tell you a lot about capital raising mechanics and compliance and administration and treasury and all that. But I did not do a good enough job, I think, in our post-marketing and just throughout this journey, explaining to people like what this actually is and what this mission we actually is that we're on, outside of the ins and outs and how difficult it is. It wasn't just me trying to do another real estate fund like a lot of my real estate peers or predecessors. I literally was trying to carry a torch in our community of organizing.
Making $300,000 a year. Making $300,000 a year to do it. Making $300,000 a year to do it when he was making $24,000 a year before he started the fund. Once again, he was making $24,000 a year before he was able to pull in the money from the fund. After he pulled in the money from the fund, he went from $24,000 a year, which is absolute poverty wages. He technically qualified for food stamps and Section 8 housing. Then, when he gets the fund, $300,000 a year.
Our people in a credible, organized, legitimate way that didn't require a donation, that didn't require a GoFundMe. I wanted to give equity. I wanted the SEC involved, so there's transparency. I chose that. I could have did a GoFundMe. I could say, yo, I'm Jay, I'm doing the corner classes, y'all, I'm trying to buy this building, donate to me. And I'm gonna do good by the people. Or I got a nonprofit, donate and get tax write-off. I chose this kind of fund, and mind you, Obama passed the Jobs Act in 2015. We formed the Tulsa Real Estate Fund in 2016. The Jobs Act is what made it possible for non-accredited investors and accredited investors to invest together. Yeah. So we were new. All the vendors that we had, they all were new. They didn't exist before. People created companies to support this new legislation. Yeah. So everything was new and we're learning it on the fly. But the larger point I'm just trying to say is that my mission, is why I'm still in the fight. Is why I could have packed this up a minute ago and be like, all right, y'all, like, yeah, I'm all that. Here you go. And just packed it up and went on with my life and did some other businesses. I'm literally still in it after everything because it's like, I prayed about it and I sat quiet. That's why I went to that hiatus. And it's like, God, what do you want me to do? And he told me to be still. And I really, I thought about quitting many times. Like, just giving it up and just quitting. My morale was near broken. I was like gracefully broken. But it was just like, nah, like, this is part of your assignment and your mandate. And you can do all things. And so we're grinding up brick by brick. I can't guarantee it's going to be successful. I have a vision that it will be, but I can't guarantee that it will be. But I just want to delineate, because I have this platform opportunity, that this wasn't just another real estate fund just to flip houses.
Yeah.
This was like an attempt to do something that I looked around and we still don't see many people really trying to organize us in that kind of way. And I chose the transparency. I chose the SEC because I wanted people to be able to have some reference point of what's actually going on within the company. And I did not perfect it, you know, at this point. I'm not successful at this point. We're not successful at this point, but we're still in the fight, and my heart's still in it.
You know, what I take from this conversation is, one, going too big is dangerous.
It is risky.
I mean, especially I don't have many examples of, I don't think I have any examples of someone who tried to help a group of people and that group of people accepted the help with open arms. It just doesn't happen necessarily. You know what I mean? So I have these visions where it's like, yo, I want to, like, even with podcast summit, it's like, yo, I want to free people's voices. Like, I'm giving people a blueprint where, yo, you don't have to be selected to be on the radio anymore. Like, I can teach you how to get a little setup at the house and get your voice out there. You could be the next big thing next year, bro. Like, because popularity moves in waves. Mm-hmm. No one's popular forever. There's always somebody coming up.
Yeah.
Nobody knew last year. Let's lit this year. But if we go too deep with the message, and you try to empower any group too much, there's so much drawback. So it's like, is the message, let's be mildly successful?
No. See, that's not the problem. That's not the problem is when you sell dreams. This is what these two men are really discussing right now. How can you properly sell a dream? Well, you can't blanket sell dreams. What Dave is trying to say is, and I'm sure he probably gets some pushback on this, is that he's trying to empower people to let them know they have an opportunity to have a voice, to have a podcast and be wildly successful. The problem is you got to have some talent. A microphone by itself is not going to make you successful in podcasting. It's not. You got to have some kind of competitive advantage. That's like LeBron James or some other athlete selling seminars of how you can be a Hall of Fame basketball player. Well, yeah, there's a few people who go to that conference who just may end up being a Hall of Fame basketball player. But everyone who buys those tickets, it's not going to happen because it only works for a select few, those who actually have the talent. The problem is you guys are marketing to the masses. See what I'm trying to get to? You're marketing to the masses that they can be successful when you know they cannot. Only a select few that have the talent and are in the right place at the right time will end up being successful. You don't say that part because that part doesn't sell courses. That part doesn't sell tickets to your seminar. You say, yeah, you can do it. But you know in the back of your mind, only 1% may make it. You know how many or what percentage of YouTubers have over 100,000 subscribers? It's like less than 0.5%. Less than 0.5% of people with a YouTube channel gets the silver plaque. I can tell you right now, I'm not that talented. I don't have that much of a competitive advantage. I'm in a space where really nobody was. There was no other actual licensed Black financial advisor who was trying to explain to people why these grifters and the dreams that they're trying to sell you doesn't work. That's why my channel jumped off. Then a lot of other people got into it. And I lost, to be honest, I lost my enthusiasm to do it because there's so many other creators who are good at doing it. This is why, listen, I'm gonna be clear. This is why a lot of times when you guys send me the scammers that are coming up, I send it to other people. Listen, if there's a grifter or a scammer, y'all want somebody to investigate, y'all need to go email Cam James. He's doing an amazing job. You know who else you need to email? Email Hannibal is Hungry. Hannibal is Hungry is doing an amazing job. I decided to pivot. I'm doing bankruptcy breakdowns. I'm trying to talk about financial planning. Why? Because nobody else is doing it. I'm moving over to a spot where I think we can talk about people who are celebrities who make bad decisions with their money. And I try to teach you guys how to avoid those mistakes. I don't think anybody else is really doing that. So I'm trying to carve out a spot in these YouTube streets moving forward, where it's pocket watching with JT with the bankruptcy breakdown or pocket watching with JT with the tax takedown. That's what I do now. But I'm lucky enough to be in a spot where not a lot of people are. And I have the expertise from actually being a financial advisor to have a voice where people really want to listen. That's what it is. But everybody is not going to be successful at podcasting just because you give them a microphone. And everybody is not going to be successful investing in real estate either. But they sell their courses and their seminar tickets based on everyone can do it. And that's where the blowback comes. That's where the fallout comes. That's why the people say you scammed them, because you sold them a dream that in your heart of hearts, you should have known it was never going to happen.
Enough to take care of us and our family and do good in the world, but not at Martin or Malcolm execution level.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
But it's like, I think that's what our people been doing we all been playing it safe.
100%. But there's a real danger to it. You feel me? There's a real danger to it. Obama wasn't accepted, bro.
No, I know there is. And I'm paying the price for it. I know. Trust me, I know. But I'm just built like, you gotta understand, Dave, like, and for those who don't know, like, I grew up in poverty, like welfare, WIC, Section 8. Like, I dropped out of high school at 16. I was abused like most of my life. Like, I'm a 3-time felon, former high school dropout. Like, brother, it's all been rough. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all been risk for me. I sold drugs from 15 to 25. Like, my risk tolerance is very, very high. Yeah. But just in this new walk, it's like, if not us, then who? Bro, it's much wiser, it's much safer for my family, it's much safer for me to play it more conservative. And for all y'all, like, because I get it. Mm-hmm. But imagine if Malcolm did that. Yeah. Imagine if Malcolm said that. Imagine if Elijah Muhammad or Marcus Garvey or Harriet Tubman said, you know what? It's too risky to be. It's like, and I don't know why God wired me this way, where I feel like I got to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, where I know it's on me to, bro, I'm paying a dear price. Like, it's not fun. People, people snickering or don't invite you or your wife or have this, like, your point. You're like, I'm interviewing Jay Morrison. It's like, oh, he stole. Like, bro, there's no evidence of that. There's no facts of that. It never will be. But
I have evidence right here that you stole money from your business partners in real estate. I have evidence right here that you stole money from your business partners in real estate. This is it. This is the evidence. The $200,000 judgment based off the allegations that you stole money from your business partners. So it's not hard to believe if you did it one time that you wouldn't do it a second time. Let's not act as if it is beyond you to steal money from your business partners in real estate, because it is documented by the courts of New Jersey based on how I read the documents, and I read very well. I read slow, but I read well. And the documents say that your business partners accuse you of unfair business practices. They accuse you of selling the real estate without notifying them. They accuse you of taking the money from the real estate and keeping it all to yourself. And a courtroom in New Jersey apparently agreed because you got a $200,000 judgment against you. So let's not act as if you never did it before. We'd have to be idiots to think, oh, Jay Morrison wouldn't steal from his business partners in real estate. He just did that one time. He wouldn't do that again.
This thing has been created, but if that's the price I got to pay, even if we're not successful, but I moved the needle and got us a little closer, maybe somebody behind me will have a little more confidence and be able to piggyback my moves and actually pull it off. And they get the glory. Before I kind of want a little glory.
You wanted all the glory.
I want to make the history books.
For sure.
No, I used to say in my corner classes, if you want to be legendary, do some legendary-ish.
Yeah.
Because my goal was not to please my father, to be obedient, to school. My goal was to be legendary, to make the history books.
3-time felon, high school dropout. That's what he said. 3-time felon, high school dropout, who was making $500 a week the very year he started the fund. 3-time felon, high school dropout, making $500 a week when he started the fund. That's $24,000 a year. Then he starts the fund, and now he makes on average $300,000 a year.
Now putting that on the altar, it's like, yo, all I want to do is serve and just be the best son I could be to my Father on high, Yahweh. That's it. What he calls me to do, I'll do. And if I pay a price and pain in doing it, sure, that's more crowns that's more gems in my crown.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? So that's just where I'm at with it. But my point is, bro, if not us, so it might not be you, it might not be your calling or the next entrepreneur, whoever's calling. But if not us, then who?
Yeah.
If not Obama, then who was gonna do it?
You know what I thought, bro?
What?
Now, I don't believe this, and this is me, and maybe it's like me not having faith in leadership anymore. But I don't think the way the world is designed is designed for a single person or a single entity to save a group of people. I don't think that vision of everybody move back to Africa and there's like a utopia, the way social media is set up, I don't think it's designed in a way that someone can be successful.
So easy to be penetrated and just dismantled. And really for me, my vision is morphed, it's changed, it's evolved.
Yeah.
What I learned in this process is I used to look at my community, my tribe as Black people. I've learned that Black people aren't my tribe. People that hold the spirit of God are my tribe. People who are his people, who are sons and daughters of his, who have an ear to hear his voice and who represent or have his spiritual fruits of the spirit. People who are kind, loving, joy, gentle, meek, kind, right? Though, like that's my tribe. Because not all Black people have that spirit, have that energy. Some of them are worshiping other gods, don't believe in God at all, or don't even have the same moral compass or same values. So I thought just because your skin was dark, that made us we fam. Yeah. But our whole moral compass is different. Yeah, our whole makeup, our whole spirit is different. So yeah, I'm not trying to unify all Black people at this point. What I'm trying to do is, and what God's asked me to do, is help recapture his sons and daughters.
Yeah.
That's what I'm on.
All right. So moving forward, and I can imagine what it's like to have this kind of stain on your name.
Yeah.
What was it like that first post, bro? The first post back. What was going on in your head?
Bro, I was like, rip the Band-Aid off. It was like, bro, I didn't even I had no marketing campaign. I had no nothing. Bro, it was so much peace, not even being on social media and just not even having to worry about it. But I knew it was time. But God told me, like, your birthday is like time, October 30th. It's like, it's time. And so I just posted the Jordan 4.5 comeback post, like no caption, no nothing. It was just like, yo, man, like, it is what it is. I gotta get something out here. I just gotta do it. And so it was cool ripping the Band-Aid off, man. I had to get back out there. And not for me. It was like, you can't keep hiding your gift. You can't keep hiding what you're called to do. Like you needed time to repair. You needed time to mentally recharge, spiritually recharge, to heal. You needed time to try to get some healing and structure within your family. You needed some time to right-size the fund and figure out your new business model and figure out, all the things. And it's like, all right, now it's time to get to work.
Yeah. Okay. So what is next? What's happening with Jay Morrison right now?
All right. So me, You want me or fund?
You.
Me. All right. So
I think the fund we're investing in
all of
real
that.
estate. We're about to
Yeah.
get some
So
money
as you know, people know we've been campaigning like brick by brick, man. Like that's what like. It's not. It ain't gotta be home runs.
in.
I don't gotta do like the biggest real estate deal ever. Because a lot of times you get caught up in social media hype where you gotta have this story, this headline, right? You gotta have this PR campaign. You bought the 30 blocks of home. Now the father was like, "Yo, just brick by brick, slow grind."
Love it.
Like just build up foundation, and we've got some good wins that have coming from that. So building up brick by brick, calling on the community. If you have opportunities, send them to us. Workwithtref.com. That's TREF. Building up brick by brick. Keeping our costs low. Using my relationships, strategic partnerships to do more deals. Using my own personal credit and credit lines to get more capital than what we have. And just working the model, right? So as part of the TREF ecosystem, keeping transparency going. We got some audits we got to get out to our partners. And then I'm not even looking to campaign on this, but my book.
Okay.
My book was, hold on.
You got a copy?
I got two things, not a copy yet, but I'm gonna break out the cover for you though.
Okay.
Make sure
the
we got
lies people tell.
the lies people tell. This is about really accountability,
Can you
man.
see it, Kay? Bring it in front of you a little bit.
I bet that. Yeah, we got you. The book, The Lies.
That is my thumbnail. The bottom one, not the top one. I think the top one might even be Hannibal is Hungry. I'm not sure. Hannibal is Hungry has great thumbnails. But the bottom one, the bottom one where it says millions lost, that is a classic pocket watching with JT thumbnail. Hey, Jay, I want my residuals, buddy. I want my residuals. I better have some points on the package on that book. That's my thumbnail.
People tell. And this is about some of those stories about my biggest mistakes and learning lessons. If you want to start a crowd fund and understanding, business at this level, but it's also about standing up for myself, man. Like I've been very quiet, and I don't go back and forth and troll people. I don't do a lot of that. And God told me your words are your weapon. He was like, not videos. He said the written word.
Yeah.
And it's about having a reference point where I don't have to go on podcast to podcast, blog to blog, and keep defending myself. It's like, yo, just read the book.
Yeah.
It's all right there.
It's all in there.
And what's in there is that I'll take the critiques as y'all can say I'm the worst entrepreneur of all entrepreneurs. You can say I'm the worst real estate guy of real estate guys. I'll take the critiques. It's cool. Like I know what it's been like being in the ring that I was in. That's fine. But I won't take scammer.
Yeah.
I won't take fraud. I won't take thief. I rebuke you.
You won't take fraud. You won't take fraud. The court put that fraud label on you, bro. Not me. Not Pocket Watching with JT. Not Tony the Closer. Not Yvette Cornell. Not Tone Talks. See, the court put this fraud label on you in 2009, bro. I graduated college in 2006. You wasn't on my radar in 2009. You wasn't on my radar in 2007 when you sold the property and allegedly didn't pay your partners. I didn't do that. You did that. You did that. What are you talking about? The fraud label is on you based off a judgment because you committed fraud. No blogger, no podcaster did that to you. You did it to yourself.
Like it's a lie, and you're a liar.
Yeah.
Like if someone's telling you I stole or I'm a fraud or I schemed, they're lying to you.
Hold on, Kev.
Run that back. Run that back.
Take fraud. I won't take thief. I rebuke you. Like it's a lie, and you're a liar.
Yeah.
Like if someone's telling you I stole or I'm a fraud or I schemed, they're lying to you.
All right. All right. Let's just check the records here. All right. So here we go. We have Michael Avant and what's that? Constance Clanton. They in open court in, I believe, 2009-ish, they went in court and they claimed that you stole from them as business partners. And apparently, on February the 9th, 2009, a New Jersey court entered a $200,000 final judgment against you. They claimed that you stole. They claimed you committed fraud. And apparently a court agreed with them. So now what do you have to say?
Hold on, Kay. Am I good right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
All right. Yeah. Just put that down for me.
Okay, sure.
Because they won't be able to
Oh
see
yeah,
it.
my bad. Yep, it's cool. You've seen it already.
All right.
Yep.
I feel that.
Yeah, so that's just like, it's like, it's been a very sensitive space of like not trying to justify yourself or.
No, to answer your question, did he even have a house before all this started? The answer is emphatically no. No, he didn't have a house before all this started. How do you know, JT? How do you know this man didn't even have a personal home before all this started? Well, the bankruptcy filing said he owned zero in real estate. Even when he bought his first house, the post that he made said, I just bought my first house when he bought that house. So right here, it says total real estate when he filed the bankruptcy. And understand, he filed the bankruptcy a month after he started the fund. Do not let this man play with the timeline. The timeline is extremely clear. It's not hard to see. He started a company called Tulsa Management Group, LLC. He started this July 20th, 2016. He then files a bankruptcy August the 29th, 2016, about 30 days later. Then 30 days after that, he changed the name of the company from Tulsa Management Group, LLC to Tulsa Real Estate Fund, LLC. So it's the same company. I don't want it to sound like he started Tulsa Real Estate Fund after the bankruptcy. No, he started it before the bankruptcy, about 30 days before the bankruptcy, and then he simply changed the name of the pre-existing LLC. That's all he did. So no, he did not own real estate prior to starting all of this.
Any of those things, but also stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be available for everybody at joinjma.com. You also probably get it at workwithtreff.com.
JoinJMA.
Joinjma.com.
Okay.
We have I basically opened up as a give back to the community. One of my Treff partners was like, Jay, he's like, I'm rocking with you. He's like, bro, I made more money than this $500 investment just off following your trainings.
Yeah.
I made thousands more than this $500 investment. I ain't worried about that. But he's like, is there anything you can offer back to us just for sticking it in there with you? You know what I mean? This is on our Treff call December 2nd. He's like, any value you could give us, courses, trainings, anything for just rocking with you. I was like, cool. I was like, I got you. So I took my top wealth mastery course, 13 hours of real estate trainings, professional trainings, 13 hours of business trainings. I'm talking about LLC, corporate formations, corporate veil strategies, hiring, firing, real estate flips, exit.
Oh my God, this guy is so full of shit. I'm sorry. Listen to the courses that he's selling. Listen to the course. Now, this is the end of the video. Okay, we're almost done. This is the end of the video. Listen to the courses that he is selling. And you tell me, does he actually have the knowledge to teach the things that he's selling? Listen to the courses.
I feel that.
Yeah, so that's just like, it's like, it's been a very sensitive space. And so that's going to be available for everybody at joinjma.com. You also probably get it at workwithtreff.com. Joinjma.com. Okay. We have I basically opened up as a give back to the community. One of my Treff partners was like, Jay, he's like, I'm rocking with you. He's like, bro, I made more money than this $500 investment just off following your trainings.
Yeah.
I made, you know what I mean? This is on our Treff call December 2nd. He's like, any value you could give us, courses, trainings, anything for just rocking with you. I was like, cool. I was like, I got you. So I took my top wealth mastery course.
It's top class.
13 hours of real estate trainings, professional trainings.
13 hours of real estate training taught by a man who has lost millions of dollars trying to make money in real estate. Taught by a man who claimed he owned no real estate before the fund. Doesn't seem qualified to teach the class.
13 hours of business trainings. I'm talking about LLC, corporate formations, corporate veil strategies, hiring, firing.
Hours of training about LLCs, corporate formations. Didn't this man earlier in the interview explain how he didn't know that an LLC automatically makes you a partnership when you have more than one owner? Didn't this man explain that he didn't know about the K-1s that had to be issued out to all of the partners because it was an LLC with multiple members? He didn't have to do that if he had a C corporation. Didn't he say that? How is a man who forms an LLC, who raises over $12 million, but did not know he had the fiduciary duty to issue K-1s to all 15,000 members and partners? What the hell is he going to teach you about LLC and corporate organization? He failed personally in his own life when it comes to entity organization, picking the right entity for the business that you have. He already admitted earlier, I didn't know what I didn't know. So how are you selling courses on stuff you don't know?
Real estate flips, exit strategies, all that.
Real estate flips and exit strategies from a man who has lost millions of dollars trying to flip real estate.
Plus my 298-page textbook, like all my best stuff, and just gave it away for free. Yeah. It's for anybody to learn. That's at joinjma.com.
It's free because that's what it's worth. It's free. It costs you no money to get it because that's exactly what it's worth. Nothing.
But to that email list for joinjma.com, I'm going to offer the ebook purchase to that email list first and exclusively. So anybody on that list will have first dibs at the ebook.
Nobody.
I might do a physical copy like later.
Nobody
March
wants
or something like that. But I'm not even looking to campaign and tour and make it a big thing. It's like, but I know it's time for me to release it, have a reference point of truth for me, my family, and my investors, because I represent them too. Yeah, like they're being told, you're a fund manager, you're stupid for being in the fund with this guy. And mind you, out of 15,000 investors, there's only been 2,000 that have asked for redemptions in all these years. So with all the hate, all the smears, all that, 2,000 people out of 15,000 have asked for a redemption. Some of them have been redeemed. Some will be redeemed once we get in a capital position to do so. Yeah.
He can't even pay the people back the money that they want. That's not a flex. To say, well, out of 15,000, only 2,000 want their money back. You can't even give the 2,000 their money back.
But it's not this thing like my whole fund and all our partners are like, no, we're out. We don't believe. It's actually we're retaining 85% of our investors, which is hard to do in a fund in 7 years. To retain 85% of your investors through investigations and slander. So that's the next thing that that we're doing is I'm standing on truth. Yeah, but most importantly, I'm consolidating all my business efforts, man, pretty much all of them. And I'm focusing on right-siding this ship and building up brick by brick, being a great fiduciary to these investors and showing the community what resilience looks like and being in such a big fight and that wearing these battle scars proudly, man.
Yeah. I would love to see the story of you bouncing back. The investors are made whole.
Hallelujah.
And you build. I think it would be one of the greatest stories Atlanta has ever seen.
The world.
Like, if we get people their money back and now we don't have anything to say, then, because I believe, bro, nobody can take away from you. You are a very, very smart man.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You are smart, bro.
How? See, that's the problem. That's the problem. Everybody, we got 1,122 people still in this live. Let me explain something to you. The ability to speak well does not equal intelligence. This is specifically an issue in the Black community. The ability to speak well does not automatically make you intelligent. We overly weight a person's ability to speak well. While speaking well could be an indication on a person's intelligence, it's not the all in all by itself. The problem is We have a slick talking Negro who can make almost anything sound good until you actually look at the numbers. I can tell you right now, Dave is ready to invest. If the fund was still accepting money, Dave would write a check. You know who else would write a check? Dr. Boyce Watkins. Dr. Boyce Watkins would write another check because they are susceptible to a Negro who speaks well. I would be susceptible to a Negro who speaks well if I didn't see the numbers. Look at the numbers. Let the numbers tell the story. Tell the person to shut up. Show me the numbers. They won't do that because the numbers tell the truth. He can say whatever he wants out of his mouth. The numbers show he can't be very smart in the thing that he claims to be an expert in. See, I don't judge a person based off not knowing something that you don't claim to be an expert in. See, if you're a nurse, but you don't understand basic things in health, I got a problem with that. If you're a mechanic and you don't understand basic things in healthcare, I don't have a problem with that. That's not your job. You don't claim that as your expertise. You're a mechanic. You can fix my car. That's intelligence to me. You are smart in your area of expertise. See, let me tell you something personal, right? Growing up, I always thought lawyers were the smartest people in the world. It falls back on that ability to speak thing. I thought lawyers were so smart. I was intimidated whenever I had to work with a lawyer when I was a student, when I was working at my internship at the firm that I worked in an internship. When a lawyer would walk in the room, I would second guess myself. I would think, did I really run these numbers right? Because a lawyer's about to see it, and I don't want to embarrass myself in front of a lawyer. But then I spent more time with lawyers. Got fraternity brothers who are lawyers. Got many clients who are lawyers. While they are very good at the law, I realize these Negroes are absolutely dumb in other areas of life, specifically finance. I would look at them and say, how do you not know this very basic rule in finance? You're a lawyer. And they would look back at me like, I'm a lawyer. I know law. I don't know finance. That's why I come to you. So please don't be old school college JT who thinks just because people speak well, that makes them smart. It doesn't. That just means that they speak well, but they have no idea what they're doing in other areas of life. Jay Morrison, and I'm going to give him his flowers. Jay Morrison is an excellent speaker. Excellent speaker. But smart? No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. I would never classify a man who's a 3-time felon, high school dropout, who was living in poverty wages in 2016. We're not talking about 2008 during the recession. This man was living in poverty wages in 2016. He was making $500 a week in 2016. You're going to tell me a man is brilliant in 2016 making $500 a week? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Wasn't a pandemic in 2016. 2016, I made good money in 20. I make more money now. I made good money in 2016 was some good years for me. What about you? Can't be that smart. You are broke, living in poverty wages, $500 a week in 2016. $24,000. Man, please. Let me hold on. See, I'm about to get out of character. I'm getting upset. David, he's not smart. He's just smarter than you. There's a difference. Just because someone is smarter than you doesn't make them smart.
I think your ability to learn something is incredible. Your recall of like information is something that I envy. I don't have it. I can learn, but I don't retain well. But you're a strategist, you're strategic. Nobody can like listen to a video and say that doesn't make sense ever. You know what I mean? You're an incredible.
This whole video, I think I have over 1,000 people. This whole video we've been watching him and saying that doesn't make sense. You haven't even calculated the timeline of dates and things that he told you, David. He told you that he started around 2005 in real estate. Now, he said he was a drug kingpin before he went to jail. So if he was a drug kingpin before he went to jail, clearly he was out of jail around 2005. So that means he must have been a drug kingpin in the 1990s. Listen, if he got out of jail and started in real estate in 2005, but he was a drug kingpin before he went to jail, that means in the 1990s, he's a drug kingpin. Jay Morrison ain't that much older than me, but he's a drug kingpin in the 1990s. Okay. Drug kingpin in the 1990s. Let's move on to the next fairy tale. He goes to jail, comes out of jail, and becomes a real estate mogul around 2005. Okay. Then he says in 2012, he was living in a foreclosed home. Living in a foreclosed home in 2012, how could that be? The bankruptcy says that you made zero money in 2012. Okay. Then you were making $500 a week in 2016. When were you the multimillionaire in real estate? When did that happen? You had a judgment against you for $200,000 for allegedly committing fraud in 2009. If you were a multimillionaire in 2009, you would have settled with them outside of court and never let that judgment be on your name. So when was he the multimillionaire? Couldn't have been in 2005. He had just was getting out. Couldn't have been in 2009 because he would have paid off the judgment before the judgment even hit his record. He would have settled out of court. Couldn't have been in 2012. He admitted he was living in a foreclosed home in 2012. Couldn't have been in 2016. He admitted he was making $500 a week in 2016. So when was he the multimillionaire? Everything he says makes sense.
Orator.
Thank you.
So I would love to see this story. It would be one of the greatest stories.
Yeah, man.
It would be one of the greatest stories ever told.
You know, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I just see, but I do see, even if that happens, there will be a group of people that will always throw stones regardless.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna say it took them long enough.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But that's a learning lesson I want to give to everybody, entrepreneurs or even non-entrepreneurs. Is like, you can't please all the people all the time, but when you're on a mission to do something great and something positive, like, it should be.
The real saying should be, you can't fool all of the people all of the time. That's what he's really thinking. You can't fool all of the people all the time.
Expected. That's par for the course.
Yeah.
If you don't, I mean, urban culture, if you ain't got haters, you ain't popping.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're not pushing, mind you, we know that I'm pushing the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bro, you jumped out there to raise capital with 15,000 Black people from 22 countries and go fight Goliath. Like, so, however, I want people to be encouraged and not feel dismayed about their big, bodacious ideas. Right? Like, bro, like the Wright brothers crashed so many planes before they got it right. Thomas Edison and the light bulb. If you really go into business, if you look at the story of FedEx, and you look at the story of even Airbnb, you look at a lot of these companies, bro, they were losing hundreds of millions, 15 million, 30 million. Like, that's part of entrepreneurship, right? Is getting up and trying. We have this microcosm and vacuum in the Black community that if you get a couple of dollars, it got to be successful. Yeah. Goldman Sachs said 40% of hedge funds fail after 5 years. Yeah, 40% with hundreds of millions. So I don't want everybody to take this and see me get beat up or see me do it wrong, or however you want to word it, and you be dismayed about your big, bodacious, hairy goals, or what God put on your heart to do. Like, bro, we gotta chase, we gotta try, we gotta strive, we gotta push the envelope. So for me, it was like, I never was a fund manager before I was a fund manager. Yeah. But you have to try, and you gotta literally be obedient to whatever you're called to do. And for me in this journey, I low key, kind of high key, believe in some way it's an uphill battle for us. Yeah. But I believe in some way we will be successful. And I believe that the greatest part about us having resurgence, redemption, recovery, all that, is that it's not for my arrogance or for my glory. Yeah. But I'll tell you flat out that the only reason why I'm sitting here, the only reason why I have this much joy on my heart, or much peace on my face, or much wholeness, because I was literally fractured, is because of my God Yahweh and my commitment to obedience, my commitment to doing things His way, in His will, and me being empty, dying to myself and being empty, and letting Him order my steps. And I believe in ordering those steps, He's going to use this story to be a glory in Him, and for Him to be magnified. I truly believe it.
I love it. Jay, man, I appreciate you coming through, bro. This is a very, very important.
All right, that's it. I don't know what they say after this, but that's enough. Clearly, the man is rebranding. He's not. He says he's not for all Black people anymore. He's for people who are like mine and have the same religious fever that he has. Doesn't sound like he's really taking accountability or responsibility for what he's failed to do, basically. But you know what? What did we expect? What did we expect? But I want you to leave this live stream understanding one thing. Always look at the paperwork. Do not let anyone sell you on the hype. There are more than just one Jay Morrison in the world. There are many, many people who are focused on what they can do to separate you from your money. And they're going to try extremely hard to take the money that's in your pocket and put it in their pocket, regardless of what it takes and what they have to do. So listen, I'm focused on these celebrity bankruptcy breakdowns. It's just lucky enough that Jay Morrison meets both the grifter label and the bankruptcy breakdown label. I'm going to be dropping videos every Saturday morning. The next video you guys will get from me this next Saturday morning is going to be a bankruptcy breakdown on Rockefeller legend Memphis Bleek. All right. And what I want you guys to do, if there is a Black celebrity, entertainer, athlete, influencer who has filed for bankruptcy, and you don't know how they filed for bankruptcy when they made so much money doing whatever it is that they did, put a comment in any of the videos, give me their name, and when I get time, I'll do the best I can to give you a real financial advisor's reaction to a celebrity's financial failure. Why? As a pocket watcher, it's our job to observe the financial failures of others so we can learn and avoid them. That's why we do it. I want to thank you guys for coming out tonight for this live stream. It's been a long time since I've done a live stream. I appreciate it. Y'all have a great night. Look out for my video that will be dropping Saturday morning. Bankruptcy breakdown of Rockefeller legend, Memphis Bleek. See y'all then.
Are you looking for real financial advice? Thornton Financial is here to help. Certified Financial Planner Jayson Thornton specializes in tax and wealth planning. Are you living paycheck to paycheck with no retirement plan? Do you need help with the IRS? Book your free consultation with Thornton Financial today. Budgeting, savings, debt management, and retirement. Even tax debt settlements. Get the advice you need to live your best life. Book your free consultation appointment today. Go to www.thornton-financial.com.